Welcome. I'm calling to order the school board, the regular school board meeting of the Stevens Point Area School Board. Roll call and verification of quorum, please.
Ms. Baker?
Here.
Mr. Ebo?
Here.
Ms. Faxon?
Here.
Mr. Kokonowski?
Here.
Mr. Presley?
Here.
Ms. Scott?
Here.
Ms. Sherrick?
Here.
Ms. Totten?
Here.
8 members present. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. I need a motion to do so, please.
Move for approval.
I'll second that. Okay. Roll call vote.
Mr. Ebo?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Kokonowski?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand and join me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There is nothing for community partnerships.
All right. There's nothing for number 5, A, B, or C, so we are going to move right on to public comments. And first on our list is Kevin Reuter. We have 5 minutes for each person because there are only 6 people signed up.
Okay, to make sure there's no impropriety here, the end of my speech is I will no longer be a candidate for the vacancy, but I do want to say a few words in reference to that agenda line item.
Okay.
My name is Kevin Reuter. I've been a community servant for 26 and a half years, and you all are community servants as well. And when we took an oath, and I would assume that we'll take an oath at the end to be a board member, you will not represent a segment of the population, but you'll represent all of the population, young, old, those who have children, those who don't have children. So you do what is right for the whole. So I ended up wanting interest in the school board at the very beginning because some time ago, and I hope I can make this into 5 minutes, but some time ago I ended up having my daughter here being recognized by you as the board. And she asked me, well, how long is this going to take? And I said, well, looking at the agenda item, you're on the top of the list. This will only take a few minutes. And 45 minutes later, after there was a debate about what agenda item should go where and in what order and so forth, she looked at me and I looked at her and I said, what can I tell you? I guess I don't know how this board works, but I was dismayed by what appeared to be very dysfunctional group. And so therefore I expressed interest when Ms. Shelby ended up announcing her resignation. So when I've been around town and as chief of police, I unfairly to the other 3 candidates got more publicity than your average person, as being chief of police for 5.5 years and being a police officer for 26 and a half. I had a lot of people come up to me, and they asked me typically 2 comments. One is, are you crazy? Do you know what the board is like? And I would say, yes, and not to the crazy part, but to the fact that, yes, I understand the board. And then they thanked me, and those were the 2 comments. And I guess what I would expect that you to take from that is respectfully, your image is very tainted in the community. These are coming from people very high in the community, very prominent people within the community, and you need to work together. And you need to work together for the entire community. And I haven't seen that in the last couple meetings I've seen. and you need to work to trust those you placed in management positions. I don't see that in it seems like there's a question or an obstruction on every management position. You need to hold those accountable. If you have a manager who you don't trust or isn't doing their job, and you don't, when they're standing at this podium, you don't believe what they're saying, they shouldn't be here. So when you have a person who's telling you something, I think it's part of the board to trust the person and hold them accountable and so forth. If any of you took a look at my resume, I do truly have a passion for children. I have a passion for serving the community, and that's why I put my name in. And I'm not saying I'm not going to be putting my name in the future, possibly even this spring. I've always had a passion to do what is right and what is right for the kids. And sitting in the last number of meetings, it seems like it's so difficult for me to sit here and listen to meetings that are lasting 4 to 5 hours when Mr. Rackow made an excellent point about you lose efficiency and effectiveness, and you lose your citizenship when you end up having meetings that last so long that I think you need to work on that, and I think a lot of that has to do with trust. So there's one person who I've worked with for a number of years, and I'll wrap it up. But there's one person who I've worked with for a number of years who epitomizes collaboration and her skills and experience to help the board. And this is nothing against the other two candidates, but I do know Meg Erler. She's done excellent work in her years of experience at the Village of Plover. Therefore, I withdraw my name for consideration and endorse her to the fullest extent. And that not voting for her, I believe, would be a misjustice. So I ask you to consider her. The reason that people had me considered is because of my working with budgets, working in a collaborative forum, working in city government, and that's everything that Meg Erler represents. She is truly a leader, and if it wasn't for the fact that Meg Erler had put her name in, which I thank you, I would still be a candidate right now. And again, it's because I know her work, and I know what this board needs, and that's working collaboratively together. Remember the passion. I think when you all started, it was the passion for the kids, and somehow, in some form or some way, your passion is turned against each other. And you may not see it, you may not understand it, you may not believe it, but people see it, people believe it, and people do see that in the community. And I think some of the people do here as well. So I ask you to consider, if you're thinking of voting for me, that you strongly consider Meg Erler as a candidate. She has the experience in government. She has experience in budgets. She has experience and know-how with Act 10 and what you can and cannot do. And you may see me in the future. And if not, in April, maybe at some of these meetings. So please do work together. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Albert, you are next.
I'm Albert Rackow, 1824 Gilkey Street, Stevens Point. I'm immediate past president of Stevens Point Area Retired Teachers Association. I thank the board for deciding to fill the vacancy left by the resignation of Renee Scheible. I know there was discussion of leaving the seat empty, but to me, the thought that this public body might have gone nearly a year with an empty seat was undesirable. Filling the vacancy also reduces the possibility of the boards having a tie vote on some motions, therefore failing to act. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board.
Thank you. Dave Summerscales?
Good evening. Just wanted to make sure I got one of these. My name is Dave Summerscales. I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's good to be back in Stevens Point. I'm here to talk again about the contracted custodial services with the district. I've spoken here at least twice before about a litany of concerns and issues and complaints regarding Clean Power, one of the current cleaning contractor. And I pass that around to folks just so the board would have a little bit more information. I was hoping that this issue would be resolved by now, but I know that it's still out on the table, so I would like to still weigh in on this. As you can see on the inside of that leaflet there are so many concerns with this company that it's just it's a shame if this district decides to continue to do business with Clean Power. And I'm not just talking specifically about in Stevens Point, all over the state. There have been OSHA complaints, EEOC complaints, charges filed with Wisconsin DWD office. Not to mention, I think there were a stack of issues and emails that I saw regarding issues in Stevens Point at the school district. And I'm not sure, frankly, that all of those issues ever really came to light. So in being here, I think it's important. I know that that there's a 60 days, that you guys have 60 days to resolve the issue. So, I would like to weigh in, and I would like you to consider that information. There are many other public entities that have decided within the last year to no longer do business with Clean Power. Some of them are listed in there. Even recently, Waukesha Technical College decided not to renew their contract with Clean Power. Lakeshore Technical College also decided not to renew with Clean Power, and several other school districts as well. And to be clear, I'm not here to bash the janitors, the custodians that work for Clean Power. I mean, after all, they have to feed their families too. The concern is with the company itself. The lack of management, the lack of training, the generally bad business practices that are reflected in information that I've given out tonight and that I've given out in the past to the school board. And I think it's really important to highlight that I know board members here have gotten emails, multiple emails from numerous people from Stevens Point who are concerned and have expressed their concern through emails about Clean Power. And I think that the board has a responsibility to be accountable to the residents of Stevens Point when they express so many concerns about Clean Power. I also understand that there is a move by some to make these positions in-house again, which I would support. I definitely support that. However, in the interim, if there is not the votes or the support, or for whatever reason the board decides not to go that direction, I would ask that you, in these 60 days, resolve this issue with Clean Power. Don't extend the contract, and certainly don't expand the contract with this company. They're bad news. There's plenty of information about why that's so, and if you want more information about why I and other people in Stevens Point and around Wisconsin feel that way, I'm happy to communicate, answer questions, about that. And then lastly, as an alternative, again, if the in-house movement doesn't go that direction, I have a list of responsible contractors that I would ask board members to consider. If you can redo the RFP, if you've got folks that have bid on it, that should get a chance. There are other companies there. Most of them are in Wisconsin. I admit there are a couple from Illinois, but most of those companies are Wisconsin-based entities. Clean Power is not. They are a Minneapolis company. So if there's any questions, be happy to answer them.
We actually can't ask you questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comments, anything?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Reed Rashlow.
Was the Clean Power on the agenda for upcoming meeting?
It'll be on
We
the
have
next
to resolve
agenda.
it by August 11th. We
So like
agreed.
the next meeting?
Yeah. it'll be
Okay.
on.
Well, we can talk about it at the next meeting. It has to be resolved by the next meeting, the one after that. Sorry, Reed. Please
Yeah,
go.
when did my term start? When you rang that bell? Or,
No?
Are you ready?
yeah, after I give my name, you can start it. Reed Rush, hello, lady. I signed up for 6 because I don't have that trust in this board, because I anticipated when 9 came around, they would attempt to do something tricky where they wouldn't allow public participation, okay? So I signed up for 6. And you made the campaign an odd situation, but after I'm thinking about it, not unexpected. You know, I'll piggyback on your speech, Mr. Ruder. When I heard that Meg Earler threw her name in, I figured what was going to happen is that she was going to split the vote between the 5 people who, the majority hypocrites, who don't, I'd like to hear their explained reason, don't want to go with the 5th highest vote getter, even though the 4th highest vote getter is up here. They want to go with someone off the street, and I believe that you originally came here because you were requested by some board members who then would feel obligated to vote for you. But you dropping out, now they could be free to vote for Meg Earler. That's what I think is going on. Okay. Well, let me just say, and I'll call the 4 people who just won the election would be hypocrites not to vote for the 5th highest vote getter. The election just took place. The public voted. You're only 9 people here. Oh, 8, by the way. 8. And the 5th highest vote getter would be Patricia Hetzel with 1,581 votes. 1,581 people in the public thought she would be a good board member. So you're expecting 8 people here to vote. Now it'd be just 1 individual in. There's something wrong with that picture because you could have run for the open election, and you seem to only come out when it's an appointed process, which I'm totally opposed to, and I believe you didn't have to appoint anyone. But 5 members, you wanted to go that way because you wanted to stack the board even more than it is already. You did make one good comment, Mr. Ruder. If you have a manager that you don't trust, he shouldn't be up there. Well, that's the problem. The manager they have would be the superintendent of schools. They don't trust him. I don't trust him. And I've had more interaction with him than you, and this guy's got to
Careful,
go. Okay, so well, one individual was allowed a lot of free reign here. So I'm taking some free reign. And let me go back to this. The one individual here who, at this last election, it was only a couple months ago, who blew everybody out of the water, who blew the 3rd highest vote getter out by 1,500 votes more, that individual, Mr. Kokonoski, believes that you should have gone with the 5th highest vote getter, which seems to be the only reasonable thing to do. Okay? Now, I know there's some unreasonable people here that want to stack this deck, but I don't know how you would explain it. And the 4th highest vote getter would be a hypocrite in my mind, not voting to have the 5th highest vote getter get in. Now, the 3rd highest vote getter, the person doesn't really care. I don't think worries about being a hypocrite or not, but maybe the other individuals do. Now, I see one person who got the 2nd highest vote doesn't like what I'm saying up here, but this whole process here is shaken out. We'll see what happens. So we'll see what happens when because what I saw here earlier was new people talking to certain people, thinking I see where the alignments are going, and then Ms. Faxon, you're speaking to one of the board members who, by the way, didn't sign up to speak. I mean, one of the candidates. So I'm assuming, I don't know when she's going to speak, so I don't know what's going to happen at 9. So this is why this board is dysfunctional, not because these board individually are pretty good, maybe an exception of one or two, but it's the management style here. That's what's going wrong here. And if anybody doesn't believe, I mean, some of the people that I talk to on the street are telling me that, okay? And you had all the employees from the entire school district telling you that. So we'll take it from there, and I'll see what happens on.
I know a couple people came in later. Did anybody else sign up for public comments that I don't have in front of me? Okay. Special student report. Emily isn't here tonight. WASB legislative update.
Yes, I have an update tonight.
Excellent.
Just a couple things, actually. First of all, there are 53% of our 424 school districts in the state of Wisconsin that will see an increase in general equalization aid, and we happen to be one of those schools, which is good. Good for us, good for our taxpayers, although the size of our overall pot does not get any bigger as a result, because it basically nets against equalization, our taxes, tax base. Also, school funding in the state of Wisconsin for the third consecutive year has actually increased, although we are still about $1,000 per student under where we were in 2007, 2008. So we still haven't even caught up to where we were a number of years ago. But it's good. It's trending in the right direction. And then the other thing I did want to mention, because I think this is important because we're working on our budget, the Fund 80 emergency rules have gone into effect, and that will affect our budget. We were talking a couple meetings ago about our Fund 80. I believe there was approximately $900,000 in that fund expenses. They have defined ineligible costs as costs that would be incurred if the program or service were not provided by the school district. And I think that's kind of where you were going with that, Jeff. So there are most of the costs in there that we have been putting into Fund 80 will no longer be able to go into Fund 80, which means that those expenses now will be transferred to our Fund 10 general fund, and we're going to have to make room for that in the budget because we can't, just increase our spending. That's capped. So that's going to be a consideration when we put our budget together. So that's my report.
Thanks. Jeff, do you mind, by the next meeting, would you summarize what that means for us, just even if it's bullet points of what the Fund 80 emergency rules are? Sure. I know you just explained it, but it'd be nice to kind of have it in front of us, especially when we're going over the budget stuff.
I can do that.
Thanks. Okay, Consolidated Task Force update. Kim Shirk and Lisa Totten.
We haven't had a meeting. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 30th. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll bring something to the board after that, or not us. The committee will.
Okay. We are on to the superintendent's report, and Reed, you asked to speak to that.
That won't be long. When you read through this report, this is where how this ever came about, where you gave the superintendent this opportunity or this free reign that up to $20,000 this guy can spend anything. He doesn't need the board's approval. I think we had the police chief here that they had a big thing, they couldn't buy some shirts for some officers or something like that. This is how they ran it in the city. But here, this guy, and how does he do it? Here he is. You'd think the way this was set up that it would only happen once in a while, that, there was some emergency, the superintendent of school couldn't wait, you got to spend it, some legitimate thing. Here's several items, and isn't it I wouldn't say clever, sneaky, I would more call it, but it's coincidental, or that all of these things, they figured out how to bring them in under 20. So you bring in about 4 items under 20, and then it's okay. And 20, apparently to this board, doesn't sound like money. To these guys, wow, what the hell, if it's under 20, just go ahead and do it. What I'm saying is that I think you ought to change that, okay? Because here's a prime example. Here's three of them here. 3 of them here tonight. Well, just go ahead and spend it. You know, if you only made it 100, then you just go. Then I guess you could only spend $100 on pizzas for everybody. But I think you got to look at this. This is serious stuff. And $20,000 is serious money. It's 3 times here tonight that he's sneaking something in. Or you shouldn't say sneaking it. Come right on telling you he's doing it. Something wrong here. Thank you.
Okay, just for the public's knowledge, Attila's not here to address any of these, so I'll just tell you what the topics are. If anybody has questions, I'll take board members first. What we're going to do is write them down, and Attila will address them by email since he isn't here to verbally do it. But there's the items in his report are special needs room renovations modifications, authorization of health and dental insurance premiums for employees, Century Grant Phase 2 Technology Service Agreement, Charter Classroom Cable Access, Project Search Grant Award, and RFPs for legal services update. Do any board members have questions? Jeff?
The Century Grant Phase 2.
Speak it to the mic.
What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I did move it, didn't I, when I got sat down? Thank you. Century Grant Phase 2 Technology Service Agreement. And the question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, our board policy is that the superintendent has up to $20,000 in authority, but only can do an annual contract, and this is a 3-year. I need to find out what we do because that contract may not be valid, because it is against board policy for the superintendent to enter in that kind of contract.
Do you know the policy number offhand?
672.
Okay, thank you.
And we need to check then, Jeff.
It's right here if you want to read it.
We need to check then,
Okay.
Jeff, the dates because that policy was changed, I believe.
Right, he had a certain number of days, so it had to happen. Well, Brian can probably speak to this.
I mean, the contract was signed, was the policy and the contract dates?
Policy was February 10th.
Yeah, it's a 3-year assessment that goes along with the 3 years of the Century Grant. That's why it's 3 years. The payment is a one-time payment that would be made for $17,000. That payment would include the 3 years of the contract. That doesn't obligate us to pay for 3 years.
Well, you're essentially prepaying for the 3 years.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, what they're saying is that they're agreeing to do this assessment for us for 3 years. We're not entering into a contract where we're obligated to make payments for 3 years. It's a 3-year agreement that covers the length of the Century Technology Grant.
Kim?
The superintendent may approve annual contracts for services. Annual, it doesn't say anything about payment. It's an annual contract.
But he's not approving a contract.
Yeah, I just did a 3-year contract.
It was a
Just
3-year.
When we had the initial. But this payment has nothing to do with approving a contract.
Okay, so is the point that the board needs to,
We need some clarification.
Yeah,
on that.
right, but I mean, we need to approve this contract if the superintendent's not allowed to? Is that the point?
Correct.
So do we need to put it on the next agenda?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Has that contract been signed?
No, we're waiting on that.
All right, I'll put it on the next agenda as I number things.
Is there a time that you need that signed by?
As soon as possible. We're hoping to implement it in the fall, and the company's waiting to hear from us, so it would be nice if we could get that approved quickly.
Our next meeting is July 21st. Is that enough time?
That should work, yes.
Okay. Is that all right with everyone if we bring it back as for board approval since it's a 3-year? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good. Thank you, and thanks for seeing that. Yep, Lisa?
I actually, once again, agree with Reed that this 20,000 occurrence, even when we did the time, at the time, thought it was too high. And in his report, it seems to And I don't know if it's intentional or not, but the fact that he's resigned from the district, I really think we need to have a little more oversight on that and look at reducing that amount, and wondering if maybe the head of policy can put that on our agenda.
Are you okay with that?
I already have a note of it, yes.
Okay. So you want to address that August 4th at your meeting before I put anything on here, because I was going to put it as a upcoming agenda item?
Well, it's got to come to the board anyways, and if this is something we have to worry about, be concerned about, we need to put it to the board. So
Okay, so
if
you want me to
can
keep
get
it
it to
on
the board
here?
before August, that would be great.
All right, but it's on yours too. Yes, Chris?
No, I want to mention, this is a $100 million budget, and it hasn't been an issue until it seems like the superintendent happens to be an issue, whether he's going to be here another year. The district still needs to operate.
Okay. Let's get it on the next agenda. Any other, sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
And in the authorization for the health and dental insurance premiums, I read that like 4 times and I'm confused to what happened. So an explanation of what happened and why we're paying this would be great.
I think the director's here from HR, if she can talk to that.
Lawrence, do you have an answer for that?
I would rather check.
Okay.
Just to make sure I have an overview of what happened, but not specific.
Okay, and welcome. Thank you for being here. Clarification on dental contract. Okay, anyone else? Yep, Kim?
And I do want to agree with that. We need to look at that policy 672 again and again, back to the board. I mean, it's just the way this whole memo is written up. $20K is a lot of money. To me, this is capital improvements. We've sat in the consolidated task force. Some of this stuff is in there. So basically, he's kind of doing some work for the task force that hasn't been approved through the board. I mean, why put that task force and all them community members together for all those weeks if he's going to nickel and dime this? I'm going to say not nickel and dime it, 20K it to death. So these are capital improvements that I think should have came to the board first. So, and again, not trying to micromanage, just read the way he wrote this, and I think it's just a slap in the face to the board.
Okay, so we have it on the next agenda, 672.
I
And-
guess I
Yep,
would
Trish.
add with regards to the charter cable, that sounds like we need an update as to what's going to happen with that. That could be potentially a lot of money. And if he can just get back to us as to what the thinking is in the leadership team, I think that would be helpful.
Yep. Do you have a specific question? Or
No,
you just
what direction are they going with it?
Okay.
And how much is necessary? I mean, it looks like they've had a Cadillac plan for free, and now we got to pay, and what do we want to pay for?
Along with that, could you find out the actual utilization of that by our staff?
Okay.
Does it qualify, and I'll add to that, does
Yep.
it qualify for e-rebates? No? Okay, Brian Spector.
Okay, actual utilization. Okay, so just let's summarize, so I make sure I have this right. For Attila, we want a clarification on the dental contract, and we want charter cable, potentially a lot of money, what direction are they going, and the actual utilization of the staff. The other items are for us to have on the agenda. They're not for Attila to clarify.
The only thing is I would let him know that you're putting that contract on the agenda to be approved, so that he should wait for that instead of signing the contract.
Okay. Any other questions on the superintendent's report? All right. Let's move on. Where's my paper? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
On the last one, the RFP for legal services, if I'm reading this correctly, he's looking for us to put together an ad hoc committee. Do we want to try to do that tonight? I mean, is that how you read it as well?
Let's look.
It's not really an agenda item, though.
It's what?
It's not really
Yeah, it's not.
All right.
So
Well,
maybe we
no,
should.
it is, it's listed,
Just
7D6.
action.
It is.
And it is, yeah, and it
Yes,
is with
Oh,
action,
okay.
yeah.
Am I saying correctly?
That's how I read it, is that he's looking for an ad hoc committee to be formed with a community member and 2 board members.
Okay.
Do we want to try to do that tonight?
Where is
or
that
do we-
on the actual agenda?
The last.
RFP for legal services update, the very last paragraph.
Okay, so it is on, so we need to do it right now if we're going to do it.
Why would he want an ad hoc committee for this?
I think to review it, I think it's a dicey contract. I should say that into the microphone. I think it's a complicated contract.
But is it more complicated than any of our other contracts that we have? I mean, do we?
Probably not, but it is something that we asked to have reviewed. I don't, what do you think? I mean, I think that you're the one that's sort of championed this.
I'm good with if he wants a committee, that's fine.
So do you want to put it off until the next meeting when he can give us direction as to what he's thinking about this?
Didn't the board ask to do that? Trish, I thought we asked about that. The ad hoc.
I can't remember.
No, we didn't
I
ask
don't
for it,
mean
no.
No, we didn't.
I don't know.
I know you asked for an ad hoc on one of the items.
Okay.
And I know you did, for sure.
How
but I don't
about,
remember.
let's try out our new committees and send it to the Business Services Committee?
That's a good
There we
idea.
go.
That's a great idea.
There we go.
All right.
That's a good idea.
Consensus.
You don't need to create a.
There we go. Business
Yes.
services, there we are.
Okay, great. All right, anything else on this? All right, we have a consent agenda. Need a motion to approve it.
Move to approve.
I'll second that. It's Trish.
Do you have a question, Kim?
I just wanted to see if somebody was going to say the revised personnel recommendations that were at our desk.
Yeah, so.
You want me to just read them? Is that what you mean?
No, because in our packet, we had this, and then on our desk, we had the revised one, so I believe the motion should probably be with the revised.
Oh, gotcha.
8B.
Including revisions?
Yes, that's fine. I already read that, but yeah.
Okay.
Did the other person second it, too?
Yes.
With the revisions? Okay.
Yes.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Kokonowski,
Yes.
Mr. Presley,
Yes.
Ms. Scott,
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick,
Yes.
Ms. Totten,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Ebel,
Yes.
Ms. Faxon.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Okay, next we have filling a board vacancy, and Reed has asked to speak to this.
Well, I know how I feel, and I would expect, nobody can answer the questions, but I would hope the press would press these people after they vote and how they could vote the way I expect. Unfortunately, some of them will probably do. Like I say, there's 4 people up here just got elected, and they think that's valid. So they would think that now they can, some of them, hopefully some of them back off. At least one of them, I know, will attempt to appoint someone that only got, didn't even run at all. And as far as to the one an individual left that didn't run, that could have run, but didn't run once they get appointed, I have nothing opposed to her. I think it's a good candidate for the election. That's not that far off. So I would believe that candidate could win, especially up against some of the people here that are going to be running. So I would. I'm not. This is not a personal thing. This is a pretty general. This is a pretty basic situation we have here. Okay. And for. This is how simple it is. You got 4 people here that thought the vote was legit because they're sitting on this board. And why you wouldn't consider someone who got only less than 200 votes less than the fifth place person, the third place is less than 400, and the first place guy got right 1,500 more than the third place person. So, you know, I mean, we should ask that person, hey, what do you think? You know, I mean, so this election was pretty serious, you know, who people thought they wanted to see in there. I know, you know, I'm not going to get into that one, why the second place person got in there playing both sides of the fence. And now we see.
Okay, Reed, watch it.
Yeah, well, you know, hey, this is serious stuff here, so I'm going to say it like it is, because this is what I believe that some people here are attempting to stack the board, and now what they split, and that's not the way it's supposed to be. You know, you go with the public, and that's why you should have waited, and I believe the way you interpreted that law, unlike the way you're looking up in the state statutes, yeah, I guess no, I believe the state statutes were pretty clear, you didn't have to fill it, okay? And then you never got an opinion from it, so, but no, you guys went around. And by the way, you know, you're always apologizing for not micromanaging. Read the state statutes. You can macro-manage. You know what macro-manage means? That means you do the whole darn thing. Did you guys ever read the statutes? I come up here, yeah, you pick and choose the statutes. Read the whole statutes. My God, you can run the whole damn program here. And you can hire an administrator, you know. You don't have to hire a superintendent and pay those big bucks. But anyways, here's what I'm saying. So hopefully you guys will make this real simple. To take the fifth highest person for this position, and hopefully the other people, only Mr. Reuter, you know, may run, and he'd have a good chance of winning compared to what I come to all these meetings. I know I believe I know better than anybody in this public, including the press, what's going on here. I read the packets. I don't read them off of those little computers. I actually go through them, look at them. You know, I see you guys scrambling for them. This is how I would do it. And boy, I'd want to know, how you hypocrites, if you don't vote for that fifth highest person, how are you going to explain that?
Okay, so what we're going to do, and I explained it to each of the candidates, we're going to give everybody 2 or 3 minutes to introduce themselves, explain why they're here. We have their papers. We've all had a chance to read them. And then if you have someone to speak on your behalf, they will speak with you. So you'll speak first, and then your people will speak with you. We won't do it out of order. We're just going to do this in the order that these were received. So first we have Meg Erler, then Sam Levin, and Patricia Hetzel. So Meg, please come on up.
Angel, at what point do we get to ask individual questions?
What is the preference of the board? Would you rather ask it as they're up here and introduce themselves, or when everyone has had a chance to introduce themselves?
Let's let everyone introduce themselves first.
All right, let's do an introduction first, and then we'll do it. We'll call them up. Okay, go ahead, Meg.
Hi, my name's Meg Erler. I am a resident of the Village of Plover, and I am here, excited to be here, nervous, but asking for you to consider appointing me to the board. I want to talk about broadening horizons, because I guess that's why I'm here. My grandmother grew up in Mazomanie, Wisconsin. It's a small community down by Madison, and she grew up in a farming family. And we spent a lot of time at her home in Mazomanie when I was a kid. She was a third grade school teacher at Cross Plains, and we would often visit there. And as a kid, I thought it was neat that my grandma was a teacher. I thought it was neat we could go to Cross Plains and once in a while get a pint of chocolate milk from the refrigerator. That was like a huge deal. I didn't realize till I got older what a big deal it was that my grandmother, who had grown up on a farm in the middle of rural Wisconsin, had a family who supported her broadening her horizons to become a teacher. And watching her through the years, because she taught till she was past retirement age, I saw the horizons that she broadened in her position as a third grade teacher. I want to skip to today. My son Jake is going to be a senior, rising senior at SPASH. And I want to talk about one teacher at SPASH, Mr. Kilpatrick, who is the debate coach, and who reached out to broaden my son's horizons by inviting and encouraging him to be a part of the debate team, which he was this year. And he was unfortunately unable to be at a meeting where you were going to recognize him for winning with his partner the state novice debate tournament. He would have never done it if Mr. Klopotek had not reached out and not supported him and not encouraged him and not allowed him to continue the basketball that is his fervor, and that was the reason that he couldn't be here the night that you made the recognition, because he had a conflict with basketball. But again, it was a teacher reaching out to broaden horizons. My background, I've got a law degree. I have 4 children, ranging in age from 26 down to 17. I served for a period of time on the county board and served on the village board. I understand what it means to be a board representative in an elected position. I also have served on a number of community boards, and again have appreciated and learned from and broadened my own horizons by doing so. Even though I've got a law degree, though, I really haven't practiced law, because when my first son was born, I indefinitely retired and haven't gone back. But I have worked.
Meg, that was
Yes.
3 minutes.
Oh,
so
I'm
if you'll
sorry.
wrap up. It's okay.
Okay. I've worked most of my life, and I've worked in schools in various capacities. So the reason that I'm here tonight is because I want to do my part to help broaden horizons for all the students in this community, and to support the community. I'm happy to take any questions, and I would respectfully request your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Sam?
My name's Sam Levin. I'm a resident now of the city of Stevens Point, formerly of Whiting. The reason I'm here is because I want to be a part of the school board recapturing the trust of the community and recapturing the trust of each other. Because I think until we do that, and until you do that, you can't go on with anything. You can't sit here and argue. You can't sit here and call each other names. You've got to respect each other, you've got to listen, and you've got to know that you're going to be listened to when you speak. That's the only way it's going to work. Then we have to go on from there. We have to decide what's going to happen to the district. And whichever way we go, be it another superintendent, an administrator, or management, we have to, as a school board, you have to tell them what the policies are, and it's up to them to enforce that policy, and it's up to you to make sure they do. And if they don't do it, then you reprimand them or replace them. It's not your job to micromanage, it's your job to manage and to have other people do the work that you set down. I also have the experience of being on the county board for 2 terms and being a trustee for the village of Whiting for 1 term. I've got budget experience and all that other things. But I think the most important thing that I have, and for those of you who think you know me, you might not believe this, it's common sense. Common sense tells you what you should be doing. I saw a great example today of that from Angel when she said, hey, let's send this committee. Got it right. That's what it's supposed to be. When you argued about the RFPs and the other stuff, you've got committees to cover those too. You don't have to bring it back to the board. You send it to committee. Let them give you the information, get the information, vote on it, and bring it back to the board so you can handle it. But I think you all know me already, so I don't have to waste your time telling you anything else. Other than the fact that you may think you know where I stand, but I can tell you I stand for the community. And I expect, as a board member, to hear from the community and vote their conscience, because they're the ones who elect the board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia?
I'm Patricia Hetzel. I live in Plover. Graduated from SPASH. My children graduated from the Stevens Point School District, and I want to be part of the board
to make positive changes that impact this district, that people are proud to say, oh, we're in the Stevens Point School District, and look what they've done for us. Look how progressive they are. Look how they get along. Look at the things that they can accomplish. I, with my children, worked for 10 years, well, not worked. I volunteered for 10 years while my children were in school. Every day I was at school and did things for the teachers, whether it was from kindergarten through high school. I was always around for them. And I don't sit on boards and I don't sit on committees. I have a full-time job, but I'm available nighttime. I'm available for this school district, and I have open ears. I'm not influenced by all kinds of people that are trying to tell me what to do. I have an independent voice and an independent mind, and I listen and I make decisions upon everything that I hear, not just one. I'm not a closed-minded person. And so I would like your support. I did have support of quite a few people during the April election, although I didn't make it. I would like your support this evening in becoming one of the school board members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you very much for putting yourselves out there, for coming forward. Appreciate it. Is there the will of the board? Would you like people to come up one at a time and see if they have questions, or do people know they have questions and want to ask an individual person? What would you like to do?
Were you going to have the people who are representing them also come up and speak first?
They were going to speak right away. Do any of you have someone representing you? Sam? No?
Okay.
I guess I'd like to ask a couple of questions, but...
Just have them come up in the same order. Would that work for you?
I think that'd be great.
Okay, Meg, if you don't mind coming up to the podium, we'll have people address you. Trish, go ahead.
Seeing I started it. Can you give us a brief explanation of your knowledge of vouchers, the voucher school program, and what's your opinion or position on it?
The voucher school program, I'm familiar in the sense that I know Milwaukee's had them for many, many, many years. My understanding is that the Stevens Point Catholic schools and some of the area schools have received some under the current law, which allows a certain number of vouchers statewide, not related to Milwaukee or Madison. I don't know that I have a strong opinion. I think that there are very strong voices on both ends. I have some concerns with the way that the voucher system is currently operating and has operated for a number of years, that the intention of the program is not being fulfilled through the actualization of what's happening. And I guess the example that I would give is the report that came out after this year indicating that the vast majority of students that were receiving vouchers under that program were students that were already attending the private schools that were receiving the vouchers. And my understanding of the intent of the law is that that wasn't the intent of the law. I have some concerns in the broader, the Milwaukee area, I guess, because it's been going on for many, many times, that there, I don't know how to explain this. There are a number of books out that indicate that the students that move from the public systems into the private systems are those students that are more motivated, and that the end result is a negative impact on the schools that are remaining, and that concerns me deeply. I'm not aware that as a school board member I would need to weigh in on that. It's a legislative decision, although I feel strongly that as a school board and I don't know if our school board's done it in the past, that we should be taking a position on it and that we should be making our position known to our legislative representatives and to the state. Does that answer your question?
Absolutely, thank you. Did you have any? Yep, Alex?
Okay, hi, Meg.
Hi.
Because I'm not familiar if you did this in the past, but did you seek appointment in the past? Have you been up here before with other opportunities?
I sought appointment at the last vacancy.
Okay. Question, why did you choose not to run for a board seat this past spring?
I chose not to run for a board seat because I had a family commitment that had me out of the country for the 3 weeks leading up to the election. And I thought long and hard about it, but it was a commitment that I had made to my younger daughter, who had been out of the country since August, and to my mother and to my sister and family who were planning on traveling with us. I did not feel it would be appropriate for me to run for election if I was not going to be in the community and able to respond and able to lobby for myself and able to be actively involved in the election. I was concerned I'd miss forums, that I would miss the questionnaires, that I would miss the ability to respond to people because I was not going to be able to be contacted.
Okay, and the election before that, what was the reason you didn't run for that one? That you also sought a seat by appointment?
The election before that, I would say the main reason was that I was working in a fuller capacity, and I did not feel that I had the ability to make the time commitment that I would need to make. I have resigned from the position that I was in as of it was effective as of the end of this month, but I'm staying on to help wrap up. But I feel that I do have the ability now to make the commitment because I understand a commitment to this school board doesn't mean that you show up for board meetings. It means a good friend of mine, Joan Piedmont, a number of years ago was on this board, and being on the school board was a full-time job. I mean, she worked on the reading that she had to do, the study that she had to do, the research that she had to do, the commitments and responsibilities to other organizations, to committees, etc. And I didn't feel that I could run for office unless I could make the full commitment to do that.
Okay, a couple quick more questions. For the county board, village board, were those elected positions?
Yes, they were.
And you ran a candidacy?
I ran, in fact, I was the first person, it's a trivia thing, I was the first person voted in the Village of Pulver for my first position. I ran a write-in campaign,
okay.
And I was the first person voted in back when it was the old voting booths where people had to actually go in and write the names. So I ran for that office. I ran for the county board. I was on the board for 3 years. I resigned partway through my second term because I ran for the village board president position. I was elected to that position twice, and then I was not elected the third time, but I did run for election the third time.
Okay, last question. If you're not appointed as a seat at the school board right now, are you going to run this coming spring?
It would be my intent.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, Lisa?
Seeing as you're the only candidate left that hasn't gone through the candidacy process, running for a position, being on the ballot, what would you say to the community and to the board as to why we should not elect or appoint one of the individuals that actually, made the commitment, ran for the position, did all of the legwork, and the 1,500 people or whatever who spoke and voted for them? What would you say to them and to us as to why we shouldn't just take the fifth person and be done with it?
Well, I think appointment of positions with elected bodies and with non-elected private bodies is a not rare occasion. And this board has for many, many, many years, as have all the boards in this community, appointed members to the board when something happens that a board member is unable to serve out their term. I believe the board's responsibility is to appoint the person that they collectively believe is the most qualified and that will bring the most benefit and provide the experience and knowledge and service that can best serve the community. And so I believe that you are charged with that, to each of you make the decision as to who you believe based on their past experience, past knowledge, and involvement, as to who you believe would be the strongest board candidate for appointment. And that is regardless of whether they have run for election in the past or not. It's more like you're in the position of hiring someone for a job for the end of the term, and I believe this will end. This ends as of next April. So whoever gets appointed to this, if they are interested in continuing to serve on the board, will be required to run for election.
Any follow-up, Lisa?
No, thank you.
Any other? Yep,
I have
Jeff?
a question. Do you have any conflicts of interest that would prevent you from voting on any of the issues before the board right now?
I guess the only conflict, and I'm not sure whether it's a conflict or not, but my husband works at Century Insurance. He is currently a member of the Century Foundation Board. And so I believe you were talking tonight about a contract that you may be entering into with Century, and my assumption is it would be through the foundation related to the computer services. And so that, I guess that would be the one off the top of my head that I might be required to recuse myself because of his position on that board. Other than that, I'm not aware of any other conflicts.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Meg.
Kim.
Oh, sorry, Kim.
Well, I think Alex kind of answered my question out of one of his questions, so thank you kind of for that. But I'm not quite sure if this is a question or not, but you did run for appointment last year, which I knew about, and then didn't run for election, and that was my question, is why didn't you? And I do understand that. Most of us here do hold a full-time job and try to do this, and I get my paperwork, and we get it on Friday afternoon, and by Monday, afternoon, well, really technically Sunday night, you have to have all your knowledge put together because you have to, you go to work Monday, and by the time you get out of work, you're here. So now that your life, and I don't want to say this because I don't want it to backfire on you, but it's getting easier, that's why you decided to throw your hat back into the ring here.
I believe that each person, in making the decision to run for office or to seek appointment to office, has to determine within themselves what their ability is. And I understand that many, many people who serve on boards also work full time. I am at the stage in my life where I have 4 children who are still in their early adult years and are not living in this community, my daughters. And I have parents who are still alive and in Madison, I'm
juggling act.
It's a juggling act, and in order, again, for me to feel that I could serve this board to the extent that I feel that I would need to do the job that I would do on this board, I needed to make those changes in my life to allow for that.
And I do understand that, because when I first looked at the board, I was raising 5 kids at the time, and I chose not to. That was a big juggling act, and in the middle of my first election, I had someone very close to me pass away. So I almost backed out too, but I still sit here after my second election. And I know it's choices and different juggling act, and that would be the only reason, is because of the election, that you won't have my vote tonight. So I don't want to say I apologize for that. Just the election is full board, and it's putting yourself out there to the public and getting negative blogs and stuff like that. And I do believe that the 2 candidates that put themselves out there, they should have a chance of putting their foot forward first. So, but thank you.
Any other questions? Yep, Chris?
Meg, first of all, thank you for putting your name in. Thank you to all the candidates that put their name in. I actually, the first time I wanted to be on the board after being involved, I actually interviewed for an appointment when Scott Schultz passed away. And it was very, very important for me to be a part of it, but it was pretty scary, and I hadn't decided yet if I would do that, and Scott passed away and I did that, so I totally understand that. And you answered really a couple of questions, and I guess what I would ask is, has anything that you've heard in the community about the Board of Education, and I'm sure you know, I mean, we're small, but we're a large community, did that in any way fuel your desire, I guess, to run or to be appointed?
I have been interested for many years in being on the school board, watching my neighbor, Joan, involved. At that time, I was involved with local politics, and I believe that I got so much more back from my service than what I put into my service. But I do believe I truly believe that of all of the elected boards in our community and local government, the school board is the most demanding. I mean, I think it's a very, very, very difficult position, and so I have thought long and hard about it for many years. I believe that I have some, as I said, some knowledge in terms of my legal background that I think could be very helpful to this board. I've got experience with legislative lobbying that I feel could be helpful for this board. I believe that in my past service, I have had a focus on intergovernmental cooperation and collaboration, and I see more of that happening now. So I feel that I have a number of skill sets and knowledge that could be very helpful for this board. And so that's why I'm stepping up at this point, and did when this happened a year ago.
And if I, one follow-up, and Alex actually asked my question too, and that was, after serving, if you are chosen, you would anticipate possibly putting your name in again and running for the board in April.
Yes, I would.
I know there are no guarantees.
Right.
And to the point of saying that, I know board members have said to you, you didn't run, other people did. The turnout was 10%, and you got the whole board here. Okay, so I really appreciate your doing that, and I just wanted to know if you did anticipate following through.
I believe that this first period of time, if I am appointed, will be a learning process. I believe it will require a lot of homework, a lot of study, a lot of time, and a lot of effort. I can't imagine doing that and not moving forward at a position where I feel like I'd be even more valuable to the board.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Meg. Have a seat. I'm just going to remind board members, when you ask a question, please say it into your microphone, because then it is recorded correctly and the people in the audience can hear. So talk into your mics. Okay. Sam, if you'd like to come up, please. Do we have questions for Sam?
I do. I'm going to ask you the same question. What do you know about vouchers? And give us the brief version. And do you have a position on vouchers?
Well, vouchers, from my research, were started mainly for the Milwaukee area to assist low-income students in getting into better schools. And it was a good idea. Unfortunately, it progressed here to this area. And the reason I don't care for the voucher system is that, as Meg said, a lot of people that are currently going to the private schools are applying for those vouchers in order to continue on to schools and save some money. I think unless the private schools and the public schools are on an even footing, where the accountability is exactly the same, they should not be getting tax dollars to support them. We have students that go to the private schools and don't get all the services they need there, so they have to come back to the public schools in order to get some of those services. A lot of them have to do with disability services. And the public school has to pay for that, but we're not getting the money for it because the private school is getting the voucher money. That's my problems with the voucher system. I think it's got to be fair and equitable for everybody. I'm not saying I don't support private schools. When my friend's daughter went there, I was over at the Catholic schools at SPACS buying the gift cards for the community to help her. And I still go there, and instead of putting down a name of a person to put down, I put any. So anybody who needs the credit can get it.
I'm good, thanks. Yep. Any other questions for Sam? Yep, Jeff?
Yeah, I'd like to ask you the same question I asked before, was if you have any conflicts of interest that would prevent you from voting on any of the issues before the board.
Well, now that I'm no longer a county supervisor, absolutely not. I have, and then they were very few, but I have no children in the district, so I'm not pro one school over another. I don't believe there's any conflicts that I would have at all.
Okay. Alex?
Same question myself. And I know this, but
Alex, talking to the mic, please.
For everyone else's information, how many times did you seek appointment in the past?
I think I've tried to be appointed maybe 3 or 4 times, maybe 5. One time in the middle of the appointment, I threw any support I might have to someone else who ultimately was on the board because she was a better candidate. But I've been here because I believe in the community, I believe in the district, I believe in the education that the children get in the district, and I think I can help it.
Thank you. I see that in the way you speak and the topics you spoke about also during the election. I assume you're going to possibly again run in the spring?
Well, I actually wasn't going to, but now I'm probably, I can tell you if I'm appointed, I definitely will. I may. During the last election, from December until the end of April, I had some serious health problems that slowed me down, and that's why I didn't do as much as I really wanted to. But luckily for me in April, I got the right doctor who found out what the problem was and got the right medicine for it, the right antibiotics for it, and now I'm healthy again, which makes a big difference.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Sam? Kim?
Basically, I want to thank you again for running. I know you've ran, a lot. I don't want to say a lot of times, but I've seen your name up there, and you come and speak up here, and I want to thank you for that. If you're not appointed tonight, will you put your name in to be on one of the committees?
Absolutely. Any committee, or even the EFP for legal services. I'm available. I've served in committees in the past. I was on the legislature and policy at one time, and the education one at another time. So yes, I'm available at the will of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Thank you. Okay, Patricia? Trish, would you like to start?
Oh, sure, thanks. Same question. I bet you know what it is already.
I'll bet I do.
So what's your position? So what do you know, and what's your position on vouchers?
Well, I'm not a super fan of vouchers just because students with disabilities do return to the public school system for their needs because the private schools don't provide a lot of what students need, and they're singled out. So for that, I'm not a real big fan. I know that the Stevens Point School District does vouchers between, right now in your payments, you're paying the Tomorrow River School District for open enrollment, and you're paying Rosholt for open enrollment, so you are accepting vouchers, and you are doing it in the Stevens Point School District. So.
Great, thank you.
Jeff?
Same question. Well, if you know me, you know my husband does work for the Stevens Point School District, and he has for the past 20 some odd years. So if that's a conflict of interest, then yes, it's a conflict of interest, especially if you're voting on a contract. And I would not be involved in that.
Alex?
Same question also. Did you seek appointment in the past for the board?
Yes, I ran for the April election.
I mean appointment like you're doing
Oh,
now.
like now? No, I have never. No.
You feel it's important to run for an election versus being appointed?
I think that if you're truly, truly interested, you're going to do that. You're going to go for the election. If you don't win, then come back like this and look to be appointed since there is a vacancy. If not, try again in April. Try when that next, if you're truly serious in going for that job, when it is truly a handful, you go for the election. And yes.
I'm sorry, did you have to make any sacrifices for this election? Because I remember one forum you weren't there.
Because I was coming down with pneumonia right after the election, I spent 3 weeks with bronchial pneumonia. Ooh. And if I hadn't had it treated, I would have been in dire straits in the following week. So
you still proceeded even though there were conflicts? You did what you could
yes.
with running?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Patricia? Yep, Kim?
Same thing basically what I asked Sam, is that if you don't, again, thank you for running in for the election. I know them are so much fun. If you're not appointed tonight, would you run and want to be willing to on one of the committees that they have now formed?
Sure. Because, once again, a positive change for this school district, it's looked at so negatively, and that people don't get along. And tonight I saw people actually agreeing and moving forward, and that's what this is all about, agreeing, moving forward. I know everybody has their very own opinion in this, but working together is the biggest thing that needs to be done, and tonight you've done a great job.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Okay, actually, what Pat said is a very valid point as far as if you go back and review all the meetings that we've had when the superintendent's here, it doesn't run smoothly. When he's not here, it runs smoothly.
Chris, you had a question?
I do. Pat, you said that if you have a conflict, it would be that your husband has worked for the district and that. So this is kind of a twofold question. Would you have, since salaries and benefits, a lot of the things that are in the budget, would you have any problem in voting for the budget?
No.
Okay. Even though they're part of it. His salary and benefits are part of that. That's not an issue. You don't believe that's an issue? Okay. The second thing is we have negotiations.
Yes.
And perhaps your husband's, did you say he's in maintenance?
Yes.
Okay, he's a custodian. So there are, Lisa's husband is a teacher, and when we have negotiations and we talk about strategies for negotiations, she moves away from the table, but she hears all of that information.
Okay.
So would you, she doesn't leave the room. Some board members have left the room and said, I'm not comfortable with that. So what would be your stance on that? Would you move away from the table and listen to the strategies and negotiations for your husband's group, or would you possibly leave the room?
I would sit back and I would listen. Because if you are a part of this board, then you should be a part of this board and not be away and get something secondhand. You should be able to hear it firsthand, what's going on.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Patricia? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks again very much to all three of you. Really appreciate you being here and your honesty and your answers. And we have three excellent candidates. I hope no matter what happens tonight, we see you on the spring, quite genuinely.
Even Mr. Reuter, if you choose to come back.
Even Mr. Reuter. Amy is going to hand out ballots and...
Hold them up. I'll be making a second trip.
Okay. Fold them in half, and she will make a second trip and pick them up. Vote for one.
How will this go? Is it a majority, whoever gets the most, or?
It's called a simple majority. We looked it up, which means that it just has to be more than the other votes. For instance, if it were a 2-2-3 split, the 3 wins. It doesn't have to be a majority of the board. It has to be a simple majority.
And what statute was it? Because I thought I read just the opposite.
Where did you see it? I looked it up a long time ago.
And I don't have it with me.
Okay, so before we even do this, you guys want me to make a quick call to the attorney, or Tricia's going to pull it? Okay, why don't you pull it up?
I thought when we talked about it the other day, it was majority.
Meaning a 5?
Yeah.
And I thought that's what it was last time, too, when we did the appointment.
Do you think that's our in our
No,
policy?
no,
That's a
no,
statute,
that's a
right?
statute. And the other thing is with these elections, I believe we have to sign them. Yes, we can't. Yes. So while we can do it on ballot for the vote, the public gets to see who voted for who.
You can sign your ballot either on the front or the back.
Well, we have to.
Right.
It's not whether we can.
You don't have a line
We
for it,
have
but
to.
there's space.
There's plenty of space.
Is it 120-42? I think that's where it is, but I'm not sure.
I think if we're not sure, just an opinion.
Yes.
We ought to make sure. So if you need
We
to
are.
call the lawyer, I mean, the statute.
Well, I know it says simple majority. The debate last time was, what does simple majority mean?
Okay.
Amy, do
I just
you?
want to make sure. I don't want to.
It means whoever has the majority out of however many candidates.
That's what I thought. But what's the wish of the board? Do you want me to make a quick call to the attorney? Do we want to just read this? I know the wording is simple majority.
Okay.
That's all I remember.
And I thought that that's what they had said at SPASH, that it had to be a majority.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too.
Yeah. So.
Should I just call him? I have no idea if he's available, but I have his cell phone number.
Yep.
Does it specify also if it's more than 2 candidates, the same thing?
That would be a simple majority, so whoever has the highest out of all 3 would be the seat.
That's
Okay,
not what we
so
did last time, though.
It does not matter.
Yeah, last time we
Should
had
probably
3.
do what you did last time.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
last time
there's
we
gonna
had
be
3
problems.
voter, we had like 5 people running, the 3 top ones, then the 2 top ones ran again.
Well, why don't
Need
we?
enough ballots if you guys want to
Yeah,
go that
and I'm
route.
just saying that we have to keep the ball rolling the way we have always done it, so.
I'm calling Mike.
Want to do it the way we've done it?
I have no idea if he'll answer.
Huh? Well, we've done so many different things wrong here, and we're finally learning out because we got a different lawyer, but.
We'll take a 5-minute recess if people need to go to the bathroom, and we'll come back with the answer.
Yeah.
Taking my ballot with me.
8:01. Okay, I'm going to bring this back to order. We have all board members here. We're going to at least go through the first vote and see if this is an issue we need resolved by an attorney or not. So if you'll fill out your first ballot, let's go from there and see where we are.
And sign it.
Hold on.
Sign it. Oh, sorry.
But, so what is the decision? You have to make a decision, because if it's,
Well, we can
if it's-
call them with the results that we come up with. The results aren't going to change.
no.
We're going to vote 2 different ways here?
It doesn't change at all how we vote.
So, but my question is, okay, say if someone gets 3 votes, someone gets 2 votes, and someone gets, I'm just going to do an opposite, 1, the person with the 3 votes automatically gets it, or do we re-vote again?
That's what we'll have to get an answer from an attorney for.
If somebody gets a
We're
majority.
also required to have that member sitting through the rest of the meeting, and we can't do that unless we have the answer already. So I'm going to make a motion. I move to postpone this election until, or appointment until we receive the proper guidance on the statute.
I'll second that.
Thanks. Hang on, I got a new phone number.
I just don't think either one is fair to the candidates, but,
We just need to know.
yeah.
And I'm just.
But if we take a vote,
There's no
and
big
it's,
hurry here.
and it's a 5-3, we have a candidate. If we don't, we have a board member. If we don't, then we absolutely have to try to find out,
So that's what
Could
you're
be
thinking.
anything.
So we're going to have someone else sit up here
Trish,
for
does
the rest of
this
the meeting that might not
statute say
be
simple
No, they want
majority?
to, they wouldn't let us sit, is what they're saying. It's 5% majority.
Statute doesn't say
But
simple.
we're going against our policy.
If you look right here, this is the only place where it comes close to talking about it. Regular terms of school board members,
Don't find a second already.
Yeah, I know, and I understand that.
elections to fill
went back to those
That's
One,
that's
I
the
should
elections to fill.
and that 4th person automatically
All
has it, but
vacancies
that's
shall
not
be
what we
filled
did
by
last.
appointment.
That's not what we did last.
And that doesn't
We
say.
went until somebody
Last
passed.
time
It's
we did
really
this.
not clear.
Actually, I think you read
So I think it really goes back to
What our policy
I
says.
think that it goes,
What's our policy say?
our policy says simple majority.
Yeah, so then that's what we go by.
If you look at 133,
Because Antigo does it, they define in there as a majority vote of the Board of Education.
That's what we agreed at that
which is
time.
what we should say.
Right.
We've been doing a lot of things wrong.
And you could only vote for those 2 people.
less than half of the
I
total.
realized we were doing wrong.
So it's a simple
The
majority.
third person that dropped
So
out.
maybe it was wrong.
Again, right or wrong,
So
I
we
don't know.
need-
That's what we
Simple
did.
majority.
Yeah.
That's what our policy says.
We knew this was
We
coming.
really,
So just
Time to
simple.
find
I
out
think
what
it's
right
a
That's something a policy committee
who's
needs.
appointed.
yeah.
Because
They
other
wanna
districts,
address
yeah.
Okay.
Kim, we must have did it wrong before.
Imagine that.
So we have a policy that says the words simple majority.
And that's 133, correct?
Policy 133. We cannot find a state statute that usurps that. Therefore, our policy stands. So it is a simple majority, meaning that, for instance, if the vote ended up being 4-2-2, the person with 4 votes wins. It is a simple majority of the board.
What about if it's
If it's 3-3-2.
Of the vote.
Then we
not
take
of the board.
sorry, of the vote, yes. Then if it's 3-3-2, we take another vote.
Okay, just want to make sure. Yeah, that's what,
Did that influence the last appointment then?
No idea. But we probably don't want to go down that bunny hole this moment.
it was a different type of a show anyways.
We're happy Jeff's here either way.
It was a different type of a show, so.
That was a different show.
A different show.
Okay,
We have a
so
motion and a second on the table. Do they want to?
do you want to withdraw your motion in second, or would you like to go through with them? Sorry, would you please read it, Amy?
Motion to postpone to a later date.
Motion to postpone this until we receive the proper guidance on the statute was the motion.
Okay. Do you want to withdraw that, or do you want to keep it that
Well, that
way?
is our actual policy, and that's what we're going to stick to until the policy either changes or, amends or stays the same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then that, if we're going to go with that for the future, that's fine. I will remove it if that's the desire.
It's
Okay.
133.
Yep, I've got it.
Oh, the policy, got it.
So that's a yes, you'll withdraw.
You gotta withdraw the second.
Okay? then- Okay, so we have withdrawn, so if you would do your first vote, please, and please sign your ballots.
My name?
You want to get hit, don't you?
Shh, don't say that.
She can. She's a really bad aim anyways. Suppose I better get the spot ready, huh?
Warm up the seat.
board member over there? Oh,
Oh, are they moving over there?
I don't know.
I apologize for not having that clarified beforehand. That should have been my responsibility. I kind of thought I had it in my head, but, so sorry about that, everyone.
All right, well, we have a majority vote. We have 3 votes for Patricia Hetzel and 1, 5 signed votes for Meg Erler.
I knew it.
You have to read them so that the public knows.
You want me to read individual ballots and who signed them?
Do they have to read them, or they just have to post them?
The public has a right to know, so you might as well
If you've
just
made
read
the
it.
request.
Go for it.
Okay. Mr. Presley, the following people voted for Meg Erler. Mr. Presley, Ms. Faxon, Ms. Baker, Mr. Ebel, Ms. Scott. Votes for Patricia Hetzel, Mr. Kokonowski, Ms. Sherrick, and Ms. Totten.
Okay. Congratulations, Meg. If you would please come up and be sworn in. We'll do that immediately with all of us right here.
Yep.
Your seat's right there next to Kim.
Well,
it's next to
Oh,
Jeff.
I'm sorry.
it's right
It's
here,
next
Meg.
to
You can
Jeff.
sit next to me so you're on camera. That's the newbies usually have to be. This would be your
That's a true
spot.
story. That
This
will
is your
be her
spot
spot.
next, starting next time.
you said you were clearing it off, so.
Yep. I did that for 3 years in a row, and I'm so beautiful, everybody knows me. Can't even walk to the ballpark. Cool. You're that Kim Sherrick, aren't you? Come here.
My official duty here.
So she reads this to you, you read this to her. I don't raise your right hand.
I've asked you that twice already,
You already
yes.
said you're going to rotate us.
Yes.
That was,
And that includes
Yes.
clerk and treasurer.
It might stop people from laughing and him-hoing at the people up there, too. So if everybody takes their turn there.
2014 and ending April 2015.
I don't know if their request is.
I, Meg Erler, having been appointed to the school board of the school district.
No,
That I will support the Constitution.
I mean, twice I brought it up, so.
And the Constitution of the state of Wisconsin. And will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of
I don't care where I sit.
Because they have to swear her in
Angel?
first.
I said her I will change.
Huh?
I don't mind at all.
Last week.
You know I'm
Because you were sitting in my spot, and I said, oh, then I get to sit over here.
Oh. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm not
You
sure where I
guys-
sat.
When you come here.
Huh?
I am going to sign this one here.
Well, I'm looking
Do you have a board packet?
Amy, do you have a packet for her then, too? Or do you have your packet, Meg?
there's a packet.
No, that was just the extra.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a monster of a packet out on the table. Let me grab it for you. Excuse me. Thanks, Trish.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Oh.
You should have dropped it. And this is the light one, Megan.
Summertime. We're going to give Meg 3 hours to look at her packet now. We'll come back after dinner.
Yeah, anyways, okay.
Okay, welcome. We are now on 10A, which is Business Services, the 2014-2015 amendment to Chartwell's food service contract, and this is coming back to the board from last time. There's also a paper at your seats that has a chart and some requested information, or some information that Kim requested.
Hi.
The single sheet.
Good evening.
Good evening.
A beautiful evening in central Wisconsin. So nice to see all of you. Seriously, bringing back the information on the Chartwell's contract. I have some information here. There's also a little additional sheet that was placed there. I want to thank Kim. She raised a question, and that helped, I think, put this document together, which probably added greater clarity, and I think that was good. Thank you, Kim, for your question. In the packet, you will find my cover memo, which explains that the contract, the original contract that was here from August of 2011 for the 11-12 school year, which included Amendment 1, which is the first financial part of it. This, I'm covering some of the information that we did when we first approved this, but that's fine. The document, of course, is a DPI document. The contract is DPI, and the format and how it's executed and how we do it is strictly regulated by the department. This is their contract and the way that they direct it be done. And the situation that we've had. The table in the attachment, I think, shows it quite well. We began in 2011-12 with a contract to Chartwells for $80,000, which is the full cost. That year, we pulled in $105,000 in discounts and rebates, so we actually had a net savings of $25,000. In 2012-13, they did not increase the rate. The DPI does allow an increase, as I pointed out in the memo, of a CPI related to food away from home index. They chose not to take any increase in 2012-13, and we did have $153,000 in rebates and discounts that are available only through Chartwells, I should add.
Tom, can I just ask real quick, when you say this net savings, are you saying they cut us a check then for that amount?
No, I'm saving, we did not spend that money on additional costs, et cetera, because our food and rebate, we did get rebates in the terms of, let me make sure I'm correct. I've got representatives here from Chartwells also. Lori, I don't want to make a misstatement. I understand discounts are reductions in the prices. Rebates, would one of you come up and explain that so that they get the accurate information? I don't want to misstate anything for your question. Jerry Plotsky, come on up to the mic so that they can hear. Jerry is with Chartwells, and he's the one who comes into our district quite a bit and provides a great deal of assistance.
Yeah, the rebates are discounted on the food because of the largeness of our corporation. We make a concerted effort to go to manufacturers and get the best prices we can. Those discounts are passed on to each district that we do business with in the form of reduction of your cost.
Okay, so I'm a little confused because, okay, so the contract we have with you is not for food, it is for creating these menus.
No, it's for the purchasing. All of the purchasing goes through Chartwells. Okay. In addition to, we support Lori and the district with menus and our recipes and all of our support.
Right, but this contract that we're talking about tonight is for a service. It's not for the food.
We provide the food as part of the service.
Right,
but the $80,000.
The $80,000 is the fee charged
for
our service, correct.
Right, okay. So this contract is purely cost for the service. Okay.
It's a service contract for the cost,
right.
Yes.
No, don't leave. Don't leave. Okay.
Please.
All right. So then what you're saying is we have this contract for service of $80,000. In addition to the service contract, we have a contract of food with you. We purchase our food through you.
It's all the same contract.
They're in the same contract.
We have one contract with Chartwells. They provide us a great deal of service involving legal things, health and Hungry Free Kids Act compliance. They provide us with chef information, from consultants that deal with the menu planning, with people with allergies, all of these things. In addition to that, they provide us with a technology ordering system where we order all of our foodstuffs through them and through the companies with whom they have established relationships that provide us with these discounts and rebates. And because of this partnership that we have and have had for a number of years, we are able to enjoy significant reductions in the costs of food when we order it that we would not otherwise have with other companies or no company. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You might as well hang around just in case there's someone else.
Stay there. You look so good on camera.
Ooh.
But it's basically for both of you. So $80,000 we paid to Chartwells for your knowledge and all your paperwork. What do we pay for our food? Rough estimate, but because that's a different bill.
Well, that's the actual payment for food. And maybe Lori knows for this district.
No, you're tall.
Do you know for this district what the total 415 is?
Yes, I do.
You do 415.
And I think that's what Ms. Taunton is trying to get at. We pay $80,000 for your service, which is really great. Okay? Mm-hmm. But we pay, I'm going to say $100,000 for our food.
More than that. Yeah. A lot more than that.
A lot more than that.
Okay.
1.3 million.
Okay, so out of that food that we spend, we have $105,000 that we get rebates back from.
In the first year, yes, it was 105,000.
We're just dealing, yes.
Correct.
Okay, so we're still paying you your 80,000, we're paying the 1.3 million for food? That's a lot, no, I'm just kidding, that's a lot of kids though for you. So, okay, so we're not grossing, I mean, we're not making $25,000, it's just, we have to add our food budget in there.
You're, in effect, paying $105,000 less for the food than you would pay in the open market, correct?
Right.
And
From the same vendors.
Yeah, I mean, so.
Because in just our size, we're a $12.5 billion company, we buy $5.5 billion worth of food every year. You share in the wealth of those contracts that we negotiate.
Yep, and I understand. I just wanted to understand this whole thing because, you know, some people were thinking that the 80,000 pays for your service plus the food plus, and then we get the discount. It's not. Basically, the rebates and the discounts are paying for your guys' service.
That's correct.
Plus maybe a bag of apples or so. Okay, 50 bags of apples. Okay, so, thank you.
Yep, Lisa?
so are we required to purchase the service to be able to purchase the food through you to receive the discounts? Are we required to do this additional section?
That is an extremely complicated question.
Okay.
Because the services we provide for you are not just the food.
Right.
Okay, so last
Right.
year we went through the 6 cent certification, which gets you 6 cents more for a lunch. We assisted in driving that process. We had a dietitian was here for a couple of weeks. We got you through that process. That netted you an additional $45,000 last year.
Okay.
Let me add to that. We started this partnership several years ago, and the reason for this is to take advantage of the quality of their food, the low prices that we can get through their buying power, the support that we get to comply with federal and state laws, the support that we get to meet the needs, dietary needs of students that are very complicated with respect to diabetes, with respect to allergies and all of the like. We need this service to help us deliver breakfast and lunch meals to our students. As a partnership, we've been highly successful over the years. You can see some of the numbers that I've outlined in my memos. Our participation rates have gone up. The quality of our food has increased dramatically. We've received many compliments from parents and students. It's an excellent program. It's doing very well. And I appreciate your unanimous support of this contract in the last couple of years. And we'd like to continue this. Also, in order for us to utilize a food vendor, a service contract like this, we are required by DPI to follow certain procedures. And that procedure is embodied in this document and what we're doing this evening, adopting in the amendment to the basic contract as we go through each year. And following next year, we will, in next year's, not 14-15, but in 15-16, we will be going through the same DPI process that they require to then bid this out again to other companies, including Chartwells, et cetera, to see what happens in the next contract cycle. But DPI regulates this very closely, and so it is a very complex question, Lisa, but one that is regulated highly by DPI.
Okay, Kim?
Before we had Chartwells, we still had all of the diabetic children, the allergy children. Who did that? Who took care of it?
We did not have the same regulations then that we do now. It's much more rigorous now that we have. And we did have a staff that did not include this contract. Our compliance was iffy, and our numbers were down. And since this contract, our numbers have up, our compliance is spot on, and as you can see by the numbers, our savings that we've realized from the rebates, et cetera, offering it, have made this a solid program, and it's been highly successful.
Can I just follow up on that? Yes. Just remember, I worked in the food service department, and I didn't like that last comment, just to let you know. They were very aware of allergies. diabetic children. We made special meals for them. We did it. Our head director did that for us.
That's correct.
And
I
so
didn't
did-
say there weren't. I just said
Yeah.
the regulations now are a little
And I
different.
believe that, but, so, I mean, nothing against your company. Don't get that wrong. I don't want to be blogged funky. So, I get that all the time when I question a company, but I'm just stating so.
Kim, do you have any follow-up?
Nope.
Okay, Lisa?
I actually follow up to my question. And I'm not making a judgment call. This is very simple. This isn't saying you are or not doing what's right or what you're supposed to do. I'm just asking, is the service part of the work done by Chartwells linked to the purchase of the food with Chartwells?
So that would be a question for Tom. So
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We can't
So
get one without the other.
That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep.
Can I just, one quick one? How many school districts around the state of Wisconsin, how many school districts do you work with?
In the state of Wisconsin, I have, is it 18? 18.
I want to point out one thing, since you're new to the board, and there is someone newer to the board than you. We have an unusual partnership with Chartwells in that when they say they have 18, typically a food service company like a Chartwells will come into a district and take over the operation, and they will run it completely with their own staff. Their own food service workers, their own manager, or they'll come in and they'll run it with their own manager, and then they do everything. In this district, we have our own staff, our own manager, our own cooks. Everything is our own people. We use them for consulting. We use them to help compliance with the law. We have them to take advantage of getting the food through them, and a number of technical support issues that we rely on them for. And we're the only district in the state, to my knowledge, according to DPI, and then these folks confirm it, that do anything like this. I think we're the only one in the country, in fact. It's a very unusual arrangement, but it's very successful for us.
Yep. Unusual. Alex?
Just a few questions. I know that you don't produce the food, and it's you're just looking for the best price to come by the products that we serve our children. Are food costs kept reasonable by purchasing more processed foods and foods developed by chemicals?
Wow. What's the question?
So the simple answer to your question is no. The complicated answer to your question is we use Wisconsin. I don't know how much commodity we get, processed commodity product we get here.
What's your commodity total? 100-some thousand.
Because the trend of the world to feed the world is we're relying more on chemicals, we're relying more on growth hormones, processing foods, which really messes with a person's diet. So we are leaning that way. Are you relying on that to keep the cost of food
So I love
reasonable?
that you asked that question, because it's a corporate directive for us to go in the other direction. We've spent the last couple of weeks dealing with how we go in the other direction. We just hired the executive chef that used to run Wisconsin-Madison. Jeff comes with a lot of credentials and work, including working at some very, very high-end restaurants in the United States, to exactly combat a lot of those issues. Salt is going to be an issue beginning next year. We have to get sodium levels down. Getting sodium levels, I can't even talk. Sodium levels down, I can understand why they're nervous up here, has to come at the expense of processed foods. You can't process foods without sodium. It makes them more stable. So there's a lot of work that's going into how do we reverse the trend that's gone on for the last 41 years since the current program started. Not sure that's a conversation for now, but I'm willing to have it off.
Right, I was just very curious since we had your expertise here, and I'm very appreciative, and the children no doubt will be appreciative as years go on. One last thing related to that, with growth hormone, are you really seeking growth hormone-free meat as much as possible?
So most of the meat you get comes through the commodities from DPI, confirm that?
I would say there's a good portion of it.
I don't control those.
Okay, do you think
The
it's
rest of
worth
them
the
we
extra penny to
control.
try to get the growth hormone-free?
So what I control, yes, we do. So we only purchase cage-free eggs. We work with, so growth hormones there's a lot of things that go into that. But if you were to look at our go online and look at our corporate initiatives, you would find that they're consistent with what you're asking, rather than just me stand up here and tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
You should introduce yourself for the record.
Gene Sanchez, I'm the Regional Vice President for the Upper Midwest.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other questions? Yeah, Kim?
I'm going to make the motion, even though I don't like increases, other than in my wages, but,
Well, we are increasing your wages. We've increased them by,
no, not my wages, but anyways, move to approve the amendment number 4 of the cost reimbursable prototype contract between the district and Chartwells for 2014-15 school year.
I'll second that.
Okay. Roll call vote?
Do you think we were going to talk more, Amy?
No, I have to get the time. Okay. Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Erler?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Kokonowski?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
And can I thank Tom for
Yeah.
this little thing? This is much
That
easier for
helped.
me and...
You're welcome. Thank you for your question. It
Yeah.
made me look at it
Very
differently.
simple next time. It works for me and the public. So,
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, gentlemen, very much.
thank
It was
you
very
also.
informative. Okay, we are down to 10D, technology, and Brian, I'm guessing that's you.
no paperwork on it, just make sure I'm not missing anything.
No, I don't have one.
It was part of the board packet.
I have one.
I don't.
10D1, it is.
I don't think I do.
Was it booked on the back of our... No?
One second. I can make copies.
Yep, hang on, Amy will pull out some coffees. It's just one page.
Who needs a copy? I'll just print mine.
Okay. Sorry, Brian, one moment,
Okay.
please.
Sorry to be so difficult, but that's just my
Wasn't
nature.
on mine.
How are you enjoying your new community?
Who did you ask that of?
Brian, who just moved here.
Paper. I know. I have to keep the paper factories in
asking that of
business.
Meg, who's just joined us.
You know what's funny about that? Is people
Meg, how do you
never
feel about your first vote? It was unanimous, isn't that great?
needed to generate electricity. I mean, it's like, really? Paper is, or, you know, trees
And
are
I
renewable.
recycle mine.
Seven.
It's like, whatever.
What was on?
Where'd you see my recycling stack?
I use them in my printer. Do you see other
Oh,
side of
yes,
I have it.
yeah, right here.
I had somebody...
I don't know why, I
years
don't
ago, the
remember
farmer came
reading
over,
it.
wanted to know if we had a
I've
newspaper.
gone through the
I said,
whole
"No, but I
thing.
got white
I
paper."
try really hard to print off the sheets that I want at home, but my printer just paid 65 bucks
That absorbs.
for a new cartridge. It just ran out of ink. It's supposed to be like the super cartridge that does like, yeah, that's what I need to do.
Well, just ask Amy to print you out one sheet.
Or you can do
I just- I don't-
PDF in it, you can write.
Trish, what was it, a cartridge for what?
I went to Staples, and they said, well, you can buy a printer cartridge for 35 bucks, and it's good for whatever, 2,000 sheets.
Yeah.
Or you can buy a super one for twice the price, and it's good for 8 million sheets, or whatever.
So you did the 8 million.
I did. I suckered in.
She only got the 200 sheets.
Yeah, I got 200 sheets. Yeah, I'm halfway through printing out the pages that I wanted out of the packet,
Of course.
and it just, it goes blue, and then it goes blank. I was so irritated.
Yep,
Thank
I've
you.
got one too.
Maybe the cartridge had the capacity, but they didn't fill it up.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was probably old because no one can buy those, and it's probably dry. Take it back.
You know, I think you're right. It has the capacity. That doesn't mean it was
Thank you.
filled with the...
Okay, we all have the information in front of us. Mr. Casey.
Okay, well, I'm here to talk about a major technology upgrade that's proposed for the district. We have over 750 computers in the district that are in need of replacement. And when I say in need of replacement, I'm not saying that it's a want. This is going to be a need. Last year we had 100 computers that were that failed on us that we had to replace, and we did that. We're going to be in that same situation if we don't take steps to replace some of the aging hardware that we have. Some of these machines are upwards of 8 years old, which when it comes to computers, they shouldn't even be used. I mean, the only reason we're using them is because that's all we have. So we went through our inventory and we identified the models that were in need of replacement. We came up with a number of 600 computers. On top of that, we also decided if we were going to go out and replace 600 computers, at this time, we should also look at replacing the Macintosh computers in our elementary schools, which are probably going to fail within the next year or so. Rather than come back to you next year and say we need another 150, I would like to do it now and have that all ready to go. The process for determining the where we were going to buy the computers was an RFP. We put that together last year. I put together a preliminary budget, what I thought it would cost to maybe cover lease payments, because that was in January and that's when my budget was due. That's all the information I had. It was kind of a rough figure. So I budgeted $60,000. We put together the RFP. We sent it out to every vendor that was qualified that we knew of. We received 4 bids back. We went through that with a team of individuals. It was myself, Jerry Thrun, Jesse, David Mayer, Linda Gnerlich, and Jeff Milsna. And we came up with a winner. And the winning bid was from VIG, a refurbished computer vendor, for $198 per machine. So the total for 600 machines would be $118,800. As part of that bid, they will include a lifetime warranty. It also includes free shipping and also warranty claims. There would be no shipping on warranty claims, but did not include any leasing options. So the winner of our RFP process had the best price, but there are no options to lease. So what I'm proposing is that we pay for the computers outright. And in order to do that, I'm going to need an increase in my budget for purchasing new equipment. The $60,000 that I budgeted will not be adequate. So if you look under the recommendation, the first one is to amend the technology replacement budget, which should be the new hardware budget, to $156,000. The second motion would be for the board to approve the purchase, and then I can go ahead and order the equipment. And that's it.
Any questions for Brian? Yep.
What, 2 questions. What was the next RFP price? And secondly, what was the price of the leasing options? Were any of those given in the RFPs?
Yeah, we did receive the second best bid was for $249. It was almost $50 more per machine. There were leasing options. It would cost more money. If you added up the bill, the total cost over 3, 4, or 5 years was probably about $10,000 to $15,000 more than purchasing the computers. Another potential disadvantage is that also obligates the board to make those payments each year. So in essence, the lease is a loan and you're paying for it. This bid is a great price, and it would actually save the district money by not being having to pay those finance charges. Yes.
So just so I understand, the $60,000 was in your budget from last year?
Yes.
So approximately, pardon?
For this next year.
Next year. Oh, for this coming year, okay, for this, yeah. And you want to, you're basically adding just under $100,000 to that number?
Correct.
Do we have the funds to be able to cover that in the?
Well, the preliminary budget can be adjusted, so we could come up with the funds.
Do you know where you're taking that from?
That's yet to be determined, whether it would come out of fund balance or where the funds would come from. We could determine that later.
Catch Tom.
What?
Tom's out there.
He's in back.
Oh, yeah.
Right there.
Right there.
There's Tom.
Yep,
Tom's
Trish?
there.
So my question is maybe directed to you, maybe directed to Dr. Owens. We were going to have a workshop. Yeah. Listen up.
And I hope you're getting at what you're getting at.
Yeah, I am. We had talked about having a workshop on budget things. So let me just preface this, Brian, by saying I'm not opposed to this. We keep coming back to the pot saying, okay, here's $100,000 here, here's an extra $50,000 here, or whatever. And I have this need to come back to have this global understanding. Maybe it's just new board memberitis. I don't understand, I just want to understand this global picture of the budget before I say, yes, here's another $100,000 in your budget. So my question is, were we going to have a workshop on the budget led by Dr. Owens, and was that going, do we have, I see it on here as something coming up, but I'm wondering, have we picked a date for that?
The big one that Tom's going to lead, we were planning on in August, right? But we had talked about a smaller, the board talks about it a little more, so we can just see the picture of the 1 year budget. And I thought that's what we were doing July 21st.
When we do the priorities.
Yes. That was my impression. Okay. Is that not what other people remember? That we were just going to kind of have that conversation. Okay.
That's okay.
I thought, okay. So here's my question for Dr. Casey. If we put this off until the 21st, is that a problem for you?
Yes. Well, I mean, if that has to be, it has to be. But we're talking about ordering these computers, getting them in, inventorying them, and trying. If you want them to be in the classroom, it's going to be a long process. We'd be lucky to get this done within a year.
Are we 6 weeks out from school starting?
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
So I'm not quite sure. I mean, my feeling is I have this need to understand the budget better and to see where we're pulling $100,000 from. That's just me.
Yeah, we're going to be discussing that in August in terms of our priorities. And I'm not sure I caught what you were talking about on July 21st, and I'm not sure.
Apparently I had the date wrong, but we had just talked about a smaller version of that so that it happened sooner, so that it happened before August, so that we could just kind of talk about what does this year look like.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, nor have I been involved in any planning for that, but I am aware of doing something in August, and I've been working to try to put some things together. I started doing that so we could look at some of the upcoming priorities that you have, and it was a workshop, so I thought we could kind of look at the whole budget and talk a little bit, because we're getting more members who have not been through this and don't understand necessarily the whole umbrella, how it works, and your footing may feel a little uncomfortable when it need not be, but it's certainly understandable why it is. And it was my suggestion to Dr. Wenninger and to Dr. Casey that the best way to approach this and be economical, save the district the most money, would be to go ahead and make these purchases now, take advantage of these extremely low costs, and get the computers that they need. We could adjust his budget and then pick that up in October, but we're going to have this workshop and look at it, and we got to make everything fit in the budget, and we're going to have more conversations about that come August and certainly come September, because as Mr. Ebel has pointed out, we've got significant issues with Community Service Fund. We've been taking custodial costs out of the 10 fund and moving it to the 80 fund and paying for that out of the 80 fund to the tune of almost $900,000. And now we're not going to be able to do that, and that's going to have to go back to the 10 fund. So that's all has to come out of the same pot, and we just took whatever cushion we had and we're getting it down. That's not to say panic right now, but I think you could do this comfortably at this point without a problem.
So can I follow up?
Yes.
If we vote yes to do this, where would you see taking the $100,000 from?
Well, it's difficult to give you a specific answer. I'll give you one specific answer, and then I'll tell you why it's difficult. One, it could definitely come from the fund balance because it's a one-time thing.
Okay.
Okay. If we have to do that, we can. That's a last resort. But what we are planning to do is fitting it in the budget. But we don't know how that fits yet, because we're still molding it. We're still getting projects in, federal projects. We're still getting other costs that come in, et cetera. And we got to see what fits in the bucket, et cetera. And as we get closer to October, we know better and better how to do that. One of the things that helps a great deal is the employee pull after we've got everybody hired in September. And about when does that happen, Bill?
September 15th.
On September 15th is when we pull the final pull of everybody who's on staff, and those become actual numbers that go into our budget, and we should be on more solid ground then. So we've got work to do to make this fit. But our intent is to fit this within the confines of the budget that we have, to our limits. Worst case scenario, we could take it one time out of the fund balance.
Okay, okay.
Okay, Kim, you had your hand raised?
Again, I'm not against this, but whenever I make a purchase of my own budget, I have to know that I have enough money. You know, if I'm going to buy a refrigerator, I need to know where it's coming from. We have salaries that we have pushed off because we don't know if we have the funds for it. And I understand this is going to help our staff. I understand that. But and not being a newbie by no means, I want to know. I hate those. I was waiting for you to go to the silos again. You know, I want to know where its money's coming from. I want to know, I mean, if we're taking everything out of fund balance, guess what? When I go into negotiations, that's where I'm going to want to pull it. Because if we got the money in there, and I know you're shaking your head no, Thomas, which I don't like that, but...
Explain the reason I'm shaking my head is...
No, I know, I understand why, because this is a one-time expense, I do understand that. But we keep pulling things out of fund balance, we have to take care of our staff. I know this is a part of it. I would like to have that meeting first and know where our budget's going. We've added so much stuff, where are we at with it? So I'm just going to agree with Trish and be done with it. So.
Alex.
Dr. Casey? Is
Yes.
there a savings by purchasing the proposed equipment, all of it?
Through this option?
Right.
Well, if you avoid lease payments, yes. And we have this bid. It's not valid longer than 60 days, I believe. So if we don't act on it, they could say the price is no longer valid. So we have the opportunity to make this purchase right now, and it's a great price. We're not being charged any finance fees if we were to lease equipment. So it is sort of it's a unique one-time purchase that we can do at this time to raise up our technology. The other thing is this is an unusually large purchase because these decisions have been put off for a long, long time. That these computers have not been purchased. If there was a normal rotation of equipment every 3 years or refresh, we wouldn't have to buy 600 at once. Maybe we would be talking about several hundred. But because these computers have been allowed to age due to lack of funds, or we're in this position right now.
So time is also a constraint to get them installed by the beginning of the year.
Yes.
So you could start potentially with the $60,000. That's 1/3, purchase 1/3 of the equipment, get it going, and then the board can work on getting the information that needs to approve the rest of it. That was a statement, not a question.
Got it. Chris?
So the RFP, though, is for the total amount of all the computer. I understand where you're going with that, but it's for the total amount, and you're getting a break.
Yeah, I don't know whether we could purchase 1/3 of the bid and then come back 3-4 months later and say, give us that price. I doubt that would be possible. I don't know for sure. But that the bid was for this amount of equipment.
I mean, also, if things aren't moving forward the way that you'd like with this proposal, you could still save the time by going forward with the process, getting it started, buying some of the new equipment, installing it. Because either way, if it isn't approved, you're still stuck with $60,000. So you're going to do something with it. Correct?
Yeah, I'd still have to come to the board to seek approval to spend that $60,000. Yes.
Okay.
Lisa?
With the, and I could be wrong, these things keep changing, with the Century Foundation Technology Phase 2 grant, I thought I was under the impression that the children at the lower levels were going to have individual technology, whether, iPad, tablet, Surface, whatever. So given that, is there a reason that we actually need stationary computers?
Yes, I mean, that's the workhorse of the district. Every office, every teacher usually has a desktop computer. It's a very economical choice that does everything that you want it to do. We also need computer labs in the schools. Even though the elementary schools are receiving mobile devices, they still need a lab that will do everything. There's some software that won't run on mobile devices, and we also like to have a lab where it's actually hardwired in and it doesn't rely on a wireless network. So the plan is to maintain a lab at each elementary school. If we don't do that, then we'll lose those labs. There's several labs right now that are failing, and we won't have them next year if we don't get new machines in. Also, we have staff that can't, their computers don't work. They can't run a smart board. They can't really do anything with them because they're so archaic that they won't run Windows 7, for example. And the district is moving as an upgrade to that.
Meg?
Your memo indicates that you've begun to budget for annual replacements. I'm wondering what are you budgeting this year for? What is
I budgeted $60,000 this year.
So the $60,000 you budgeted is your annual replacement was for this really capital overhaul.
At the time when my budget was due, we didn't really have a good idea of what it would cost to upgrade all the machines. I had a figure in my head about what it would cost to do a lease for 3 years, so I put that in my budget.
But going forward, this year, say we agree, yeah, we're replacing all of them. Going forward, what are your plans in terms of annual budget, budgeted amount, to allow for regular replacement?
This will get us up to a standard where we can say we have workable machines in almost every classroom and for every teacher. And then we'd have to develop that plan because now we're just catching up to where we should be. This isn't really a forward, this is just to get us up to what I would call a functioning standard. If we don't do this, we still have computers that will fail at any given time because they're so old. And we'll have some teachers and students that have computers that just won't work because they can't use modern software.
I would encourage you to continue that process so that we do see the district rolling forward on this on an annual basis so that we're not looking at, clearly it's something that you want, but that would be a helpful thing for the board to be able to share in that information once you've got that pulled together.
I fully agree.
Alex?
I believe I heard you say something about 8 years that past technology is obsolete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with these new computers, the new equipment, how long do you figure before they're going to become obsolete? Because technology is growing every day. That window gets smaller and smaller every year.
3 years optimal, probably 5 years max.
Okay, so then we're looking at purchasing all new equipment, a big budget again in 3 to 5 years.
Well, or we could have a yearly budget that would plan for a refresh every year. There's many ways you could do it. You could do the 3-year cycle where you make a large purchase, or you could budget instead of doing a lease payment for $60,000, you're buying 60,000 new computers every year. This is an attempt to get us up to where we should be, and I think if we got to that place, then we wouldn't have to do this again. I think we could slowly, every year replace a given amount of machines to keep us fresh.
Sounds like what you're saying, if it's this is 1/3 the price of all of it, and granted it'll change and fluctuate if we don't do this, roughly 3 years will be up to snuff anyway. But it would be better and more beneficial to do it now.
Well, if we waited 3 years, we would have 2/3 of the machines in the district potentially that would fail, that couldn't be used at all. Wouldn't
those be the smart ones to replace first? Figure out which ones are going to fail. You can't obviously know everything, but you do have the experience to know what's obsolete, what's not up to snuff.
It's gone for so long. What you're describing would be a normal maintenance schedule and normal way of refreshing the computers. But this budget has been stretched for so long that in years past there was no budget to replace equipment or maintain them. So we have stuff that really needs to be replaced, and we need to have a major leap forward to get us to a standard where we can start doing what you're describing.
So we can. If the budget supports it, then this is definitely the right path to take. But we need to make sure the budget can support it first.
Chris?
Brian, thank you. I know that you did a lot of work here trying to figure out the most appropriate choice to make, and it's hard to ask for that much money, but I'm sure it's needed, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to make a motion to amend the preliminary technology department replacement budget to $156,000 and as presented.
Second.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Brian before we take a vote? Lisa?
I just want to say I'm not supporting this only because, continual support of this type of stuff seems to perpetuate the silo in the budget, and I really think we need to have a more global approach. I think, I'm not saying we don't need it, it's just that I think we need to make sure the budget can sustain this, so.
Anyone else?
Yes, if I may.
Of course.
We will be having a workshop in August on the budget. That's a question, not a statement.
Yes, in August on the budget, a big one.
Okay.
It'll be a workshop, a lengthy conversation, and really kind of having a chance to hash everything over.
Okay. If I may just make one more comment. I will support this because you've obviously done a lot of work on this, and I appreciate the fact that you figured out ways to recycle equipment, and it's obviously well thought out. But I'm going to go with Lisa in that I really would like to see and understand that a plan. And how many, you haven't been here.
This is my first year here, yes.
Okay, yeah. So prior to that, there was not a rolling plan to replace the computers. I know with the state, because we have state computers in my office, we get new computers, I think it's every 4 years.
The way that I understand it was that there was a lack of financial commitment to actually commit the funds to do that, to provide the budget to make that happen.
Okay, but it's your intention to provide something like that going forward?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay. Yes, Alex?
I would fully support it if I knew where this was coming out of. Did we figure out where that's coming out of, or just suspecting?
Well, the board will take up the final budget in the months ahead. So
Not being fiscally responsible by making a choice until we know for sure where it's coming from. And I think that's what the board has strived to do, is to become more fiscally responsible. So I'm going to be voting no.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, roll call vote, please.
Meg, did you have?
I'm sorry.
I have one question, and it's not related to you. I will be supporting the position. My question is, you were talking about I believe the board has brought back committees.
Yes.
Do we as a board have a committee that has as part of their purview oversight of technology issues?
Well,
there's a technology committee.
And we actually have a consolidated task force that is putting together their recommendations and stuff as far as technology, but not a
What would you consider the technology committee, or would you
the
consider
technology
yourself?
steering committee is more of an advisory group that brings together stakeholders in the district, and we have several ex officio members of the board that serve on that committee, but it's not an actual committee that takes up the business of the board.
Otherwise, Meg, I think it would be under business services, which is where the budget is.
And I guess what I'm recommending is that might be a great topic for business services, to take a look at that long-term budget focus of how are we going to be moving forward.
That's what they
technology is a huge part, a huge expense of the district, both in terms of the hardware and in terms of the software. And it would be helpful to have that ongoing board perspective look at issues that are arising. So.
Yep, Jeff?
and that's what the business committee used to do, is that oversight of the development of the budget and setting those kind of priorities and that kind of thing, having those discussions.
Excellent.
So we're really looking forward to that.
Anyone else? Yeah, Kim?
Basically, I just want to, remind the board that, we've talked about the negativity about piecemealing this all together all the time, and we really don't know where our money's going, and then when something really pops up that we need to, we have to muddle it through it. It's come over and over, you said it, Trish, over and over, we got to get the whole picture. We would be within our 60 days, and I know it would be awesome to start school with everything new. If you don't start with everything new, you can still put it in, right?
This is going to take a long time, actually, to make this happen. Even if we approved it today, we're not going to start the school year with all these machines in place.
Okay, so if we don't approve it now, and we approve it after we have our budget, you can still replace the stuff as it comes in, or not as convenient.
We may not have the pricing anymore. The company's obligated beyond 60 days to guarantee us that price.
60 days of today, yesterday?
Since the bid, which was June 25th.
So we have until the end of August. And that's what I'm saying, let's not rush this. Let's look at this, look what our budget is. And again, not against this. I know where technology's going, and with the Century Foundation, with all that stuff, I know where you're going, and which is really awesome. I mean, my kids went to Kennedy, we had 2 computers, so I know, how it is to push and get everybody up to snuff, do I want to say. But we can't piecemeal this stuff together. That's my motto, so I will be voting no.
All right,
We have plenty of time, it looks like, to still get within the 60 days, the deal that we're presented. And if we make this choice before then, before knowing actually what we have, what is the community going to think of this board? We're making a choice again based on money that we're not sure of.
I'd like to call a question.
Yep, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Roll call, please.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Erler?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Kokonowski?
No.
Motion carries 5-4.
Point of order.
Yes.
We are modifying our budget. It may require a 2/3 vote.
We don't have we have a
The
preliminary.
initial
That's
one
what
was
the-
to modify the budget, correct?
Yes. To modify the preliminary budget.
that means it fails?
I don't know.
Yes.
It's a preliminary budget. It isn't already set budget, so it only needs a simple majority.
Okay. Thank you for speaking up, Amy.
You're welcome.
That's
Thanks.
why we love her.
Absolutely.
Okay. We are on to, thank you, Brian.
You have to do motion
You
2
don't
now?
need a second
Oh,
motion.
I'm sorry. Next motion.
Move to approve the purchase of the 750 Dell desktop computers and 150 monitors from VIG for $156,000 as presented above.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Erler?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Ms. Baker?
Sort of reluctantly, yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Motion carries 5.
You didn't ask me.
Sorry.
It really doesn't matter, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Kokonowski?
No.
The reluctant ones are...
I was blowing mine off. I apologize. Motion carries 5-4.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Human Resources, you all have a memo that was put at your places, and anything to add to it other than they're doing everything they can to get it done as appropriately but thoroughly as possible.
And Amy, this will be added to the online packet, correct?
Correct. I just received it today also.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, I may not be able to answer, but does anybody have any questions about that?
I would just like the board to go through the contract, but I've been pushing that for the whole time, and that will be one of the first things I do on the HR, because there's things in the administrative contracts that need to be revised. So I would like to start with this contract. So,
Okay. So that's I'm assuming you're keeping a list of what you're going to have on your first committee meeting?
yes,
Okay.
I will be getting that too. I just talked to Florence. I apologize, I don't know her last name. If I can, okay, sorry about that. Briefly about our meeting, and, but I really think we as the board need to go through these contracts before we keep hiring this administration. And we got contracts that we haven't finalized yet, and we keep pushing these through, so.
Okay, so that's going to committee first. Policies. We are on the first reading of policy 171.
No, motion for...
We don't have
It was information only.
yeah, we don't have a person. Okay, do we have any questions or comments on 171? This will go to committee unless it flies through flawlessly and we all...
Or you can just move to send it to committee in general.
Well, I think we've done the adjustments on it we wanted to. I just want the people who've asked for the adjustments, does it accurately reflect what was asked for?
think that it does. I think that it addresses our conversation with regards to how the signatures get in, how the signatures are presented to the Board of Education. I do think it's a good idea for it to go to committee. Just because I think that you guys will talk it over in a global perspective, from a global perspective. But I think yes, I do think that it acknowledges what we were looking for with regards to calling special meetings.
Okay, and this is just the first reading. It'll come back to the board at the next meeting, but if nobody has any additions or corrections or changes, are you not able to find it, Meg?
No, I've got it, I think. It's the one about special meetings.
Right.
I just don't, a special board meeting may be called by the board president or by a board member upon the filing of a request and agenda items. I'm not sure what does the agenda item mean? That board will provide...
The person who's calling the special meeting needs to provide what the agenda items are. We had a long talk with our attorney, let me rephrase that. The attorney had a long talk with me, about how it has to be done, and it has to be specific enough that if a member of the public came to speak on that. For instance, one of the last ones, it said transportation. He wants it more specific so that someone can come and speak on what it is we're actually discussing, if there are public comments. So people should know exactly what they're agreeing to in terms of a special meeting, and the public should always know exactly what we're talking about so they can speak to that issue.
Okay. I guess I think it might be clear if it indicated upon the filing of a request listing or containing the agenda items, because I got confused with what it meant.
Listing or containing?
Well, what you're saying is the request should include the agenda items that they are requesting. And I think it might be clearer if it was worded in that way.
A request including agenda items?
Right.
Would that be? Okay.
Yes.
Can you make a note of that, Amy? Thank you.
Yep.
Actually, fresh eyes are lovely.
Oh, and she's got to be picked for her committee.
Well, there's one opening. Yeah.
No, she's already assigned.
She's assigned.
You have one, but you can pick another one.
Okay.
All right. You can go to all of them.
Pardon me?
Okay.
What was that again?
Remove the word "and."
I don't actually do it, sir, does it? I mean,
Right, and then put "including" instead. So, upon the filing of a request, including agenda items.
Okay.
Anyone else on this one?
And you want me to put this on for the policy?
Well, I think just to, that was Trish's suggestion, you know, honestly, it's your choice.
I added it on there.
Okay. Anyone else on 171? All right, we'll change that word and bring it back for a second reading. And it will also go to committee.
Do we have to make a motion?
I don't think so.
On consent.
Are we all in consent that we'll change the word to including and it will come back as a second reading? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then no, we do not need to take a vote. Okay. Now, that was the only thing on there. Wow. General, approval of future agenda items. This is an action. Yes.
I just need to know because I got confused is this where we had things on a list and now we're approving them, or we're adding things to the list?
Because it confuses me as well.
Okay.
I thought at the last meeting it was decided that there should be a list here. That's the way it was in the past, and those were the items that we were going to be approving, whether they were coming on the agenda or not. But now we have them listed separately at 12D. I don't think that really matters which place you put them.
What about 12C?
That's where you actually ask for the items, but then the next one is when the board itself decides whether it's going to be or not. And maybe it just needs to be, the wording needs to be changed so it's clear, because I agree, Angel, it's the way it's worded, you don't know. And maybe you just say step 1, list of step 2,
Okay, and I think I've done it either differently or incorrectly at every meeting, so let's do it that way. Let's do it in steps. I think that's a great suggestion. And so right here, it would be when I'm taking suggestions from all of you?
No.
No. Okay.
That's 12C.
Yeah.
The suggestions are 12C, the
Correct.
action items are 10G.
Yes. So this is where, like, the Spash Athletics should be listed.
Do you understand, Amy? Or Jeff, since you'll be there?
Do you, Amy?
So, what you want for, this is like where you're going to have the agenda item that you have currently listed as D moved up onto the next agenda by this item.
What?
Like a vote saying this, everything on here, we're putting on the next agenda that's listed under D. Letter
Correct.
C is where she takes a request of what you would like as a future agenda item.
That makes sense.
Correct.
Okay, yes, I understand.
Think of it as
Yeah.
ideas bubbling up.
I have lots of those.
Yes.
You'll write that in parentheses, what
So
you just
C is
said?
step 1, D is step 2.
You want me to just email it to you?
Yep. That would be great.
G1 then.
All right, so at this
G1 is the same
juncture,
as D.
approval of future agenda items, is there anything that we need to cover? Spash Athletics, I see.
Yes, and then there were a couple items when I looked at last meeting that we had talked about having put on here were union certifications, and the two of you were going to be talking, Angel and Jeff, about the internal process for employees. That was the TJ thing. That should have been, so it was a matter of, the two of you were going to discuss that.
Okay. Even this agenda was done by email. It's been one of those months.
I believe that those were both items Attila said he would address in closed session.
Okay.
So that's why they're not showing on here.
Okay.
As we had intended for him to call in by phone, but his schedule had changed and he's not able to do that this evening.
Okay. Can we just keep them listed there and then with an explanation, or even just, nothing to report or whatever, just so that we don't lose them?
Sure, I will do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Placeholders.
Yes, please.
Sounds good. All right, anything else? So I have those three.
Do we have to, was Clean Power still a part of that, coming up with decisions?
Clean Power's on the August 11th agenda, black and white. Someone made a motion to conclude it, I think, on that day. We have to make a decision that day, so it's on.
By that date.
Yep.
But again, that's that running list. That would be really great, that we don't have to keep going back to our old packets, so.
Yep.
Well, that's actually a good question. Do people want, if we know something's, I have like an ongoing list of what's going to be on the agenda. Do you want that stuff listed on here?
Yes,
Actually, yeah.
absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be great. Just
thought
put
we
a
did a
date
couple-
next to
for
it
a
as
couple
to when you
meetings.
think it's
Yes.
going to be coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there must be communication
Yep.
problems. Okay.
For your fascination, on August 23rd, we are going to have an informational meeting on bullying and a bullying policy and a bullying plan that's going to be presented by Rob Gullah and someone else in the Sheriff's Department. There you go. So that would be in this spot. It's the only other thing that comes right off the top of my head that was requested.
That and a workshop on the budget.
Yep. Whichever day that is, yes. Sorry, I said August 23rd. I don't mean August 23rd. I mean whenever the regular board meeting is, which actually is probably the 9th.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else on this spot right here?
Okay, you're talking about 10G.
I am talking about, 10G1.
G2. When is staff morale plan, when do you anticipate that becoming?
No, that actually is on the agenda.
That's on here right now. We're going to move on to it next.
And I'm going to make a comment about that it is on here. There's a meeting that has this, without giving information, that has this in it. It's a meeting that's coming up, and I would be very careful at how it's addressed, because it'll be in a closed session meeting.
Okay, but I'm not going anywhere you're thinking I'm going.
Okay, well, I want to protect us from that.
So,
Okay, so are we done with 10G1? Just being clear.
just to be clear, I want to know, do you want me to do my thing about Spash Athletics here, or do you want me to do it at 12D? Because this is where I say my things. Jeff asked me for it. I said I would articulate it and present it at the next meeting. Do you
Okay.
want me
We
to do
vote
it
on it
here
to bring
or-
it to a
Yes.
board meeting.
Yes.
because right now it's on 12D, let's do it there.
That's fine.
In the future, it'll be clear, I hope.
And
Which,
again,
yes, I get it, that's my responsibility to do that.
And just to be clear, G1 was all of the ones that we were supposed to have listed, that now next week, we vote on them. Forget it. I will be my suggestions and see.
All right, sounds good. Then we are done with that, and we're on to staff morale plan, which this is Lisa.
I have requested that the staff morale be on the agenda for a very long time here now. We as a board, I believe, have concluded that this is not the sole responsibility of the superintendent, and that we as a board agree that this is also our issue. That being said, we as a board either need to do it, or we need to tell our staff that we're not doing it and stop leading them on and pretending we are. Because just having it on here like this means nothing. And I know Amy contacted me and asked me what I wanted in here, and as I articulated at the last meeting, I don't believe it's my role to come up with a morale plan. I believe that this is a board decision. I think the board needs to do it. Again, I think we either need to actually step up, do a morale plan, let the staff know, yes, we are concerned, we are going to do something, or tell them we're not. But just doing what we're doing and pushing it off every month and doing nothing is not acceptable. So let's just tell them, are we going to do something about it? Do we care or don't we?
Meg?
I guess I have a question.
Sure.
My understanding is that the board hires a superintendent.
Mm-hmm.
The superintendent is responsible for the hiring, the firing, the discipline, the putting together, everything having to do with all of the people who are working for our school district. He hires other administrators who also are responsible for doing that. So I guess my question is, our job should be to hire a new superintendent, and that's where we are right now based on a memo I just read. And then we should allow that superintendent to be able to move forward in creating the staff that he or she believes. I mean, that's what we'd be hiring them for. That would be the main part of their job. So I guess that's just a question because I just got to point it.
I think you have, I mean, clearly you have the steps correct. I think the issue is that we as a board need to come up with ideas and work together with the superintendent for a couple of reasons. One, to make sure our staff understands that we care, that consistently we've been told that morale is low, and we have for the last, well, I've been on for 2 years, and I would say it's brought up at least at every meeting, if not multiple times. And so even if it's a situation where someone feels listened to or understood, that this is what I need in order for the morale to increase, sort of thing.
But if our administration, I guess I would agree with, I believe it was Mr. Rashelo, if our administration is not doing that, then they are not effectively performing their jobs, and we should be looking to the next superintendent who will be responsible for them to make the decisions to make sure we have people on staff who are going to do that.
I agree. I think this is a time, though, we have the current superintendent, if that's the case, is here for another year. And I don't think this is something that we can put off for a year or ignore for a year. And so it's more of a collaboration. I mean, we're attempting to work together to see what needs to be done. I totally understand what you're saying. I just don't think that waiting a full year and then dumping this on a superintendent, like first thing, like, okay, so fix this, it doesn't seem like it would be a realistic thing to do. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm trying to kind of give you a little bit more of a perspective. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Is the superintendent part of creating this?
He was for 2 years.
No, but is he part of it now? I mean,
Go ahead,
It
Chris.
seems to me that this-
Sorry, let's let the conversation continue, and then if you don't mind at the end, if it didn't answer your questions, let's...
Meg, a while back, after Act 10 and a lot that was going on, a lot of the changes, the board directed the superintendent to bring a morale plan forward. And he did. And it had a white sheet, I think they call it, I can't remember what it's called. But it also has a lot of specific things. And he has been working on that. After, I'm not sure how long, the board said they wanted input into that morale plan, and they wanted to direct that. And he said, well, you asked me to put together a plan. I am continually doing some of these things. Haven't done everything, but I continue to do that. And the morale is low, and it is, still low. I agree with you, because I have to tell you, and I'm going to talk about something on the superintendent search, one of the points that he brought up in that is it's not the responsibility of only one person, because a lot of things have happened, like Act 10, and salaries and benefits and all that. So it is something that we can all work on and together, but this was a plan that he brought forward and was trying to implement with all of those ideas. And there were board members who said the morale's not any better, and to say nothing was being done, I don't think that's fair. We've gotten reports on, what's being done in that. I don't know that you can make anyone feel better specifically on your own, maybe together with the board, and that has been a discussion. So he will be here for a year. We do have an evaluation coming up, and I'm trying very desperately not to go there. Not you. I'm not looking. I'm looking at you because you're looking over here. I'm trying not to go there. Okay, so if you need more explanation, I'm sure our other board members can share that. And then in closed session, there'll be a discussion.
I'm looking for it, Meg, to see if we can just send you the morale plan that the superintendent created. Amy and I will find it, and we'll get it to you, and maybe that'll help, too. I realize you're totally playing catch-up, so...
Right, and I guess I'm wondering, do we have, as we've looked to recreate the committees, do we have a committee that's human resources that would,
You can join my committee if you'd like.
Is that, but again...
It's on my committee.
To me, if that is the case, then it would seem to me that would be the appropriate place for that committee to be working in concert with the superintendent to move forward in ensuring that he is implementing the action plan that he created.
Okay. Yep. Kim?
And basically, when Chris said that the board wanted input, basically we were just trying to keep up to date. Because as now you being on the board, you're probably going to get, and hopefully you will, from emails from staff and calls from staff about the morale and how it's going. So we just were kind of trying to have updates on it and trying to, and I'm going to use my word, push it along, because we need to get our morale back up. We're losing good teachers to surrounding smaller schools, and it shouldn't happen. Never happened in my life here at SPASH or at the Stevens-Point District for 48 years. So I did think about putting on the HR committee, but it's not for 4 people on the board. It's for the board to make that decision, along with the superintendent or the superintendent and the HR director. That's who we need in here, because she's going to have to implement it along with the rest of us. We need to work together with it. And we need 2 years, 3 years it's been on, and it's not growing, at least in my eyes. And so I think we need to relook at it, flip that white piece of paper over and make it bright orange, and let's make a change, in my opinion.
Trish? I have to say, in my experience as a manager, just saying that you're going to do something and you're going to do something without ever acting and doing something is really more harmful than helpful. And I'm going to just tell you, I agree with you. Having it on the agenda every single time just sounds like really shallow, hollow lip service by the board trying to do something. Actions are what we need to do. And when we get down to whatever the letter is down here, 12D, I guess 12C, I'm going to be asking about negotiations with teachers, because we need to start doing things, not saying, oh, we're going to talk about doing things. So that's my opinion, let me just ask you, you're the one that's championed this, since I've been coming to board meetings, what do you think we should do?
Well, I think we need to hold listening session. I think we need to actually sincerely listen to our staff. I don't think the theme...
We did discuss some of this stuff already in closed session, so we need to watch what we say now, because we're starting to tread into that water. I don't think we should get into that.
I think we should wait until after that 21st meeting, or if it's the 21st, whatever meeting that is where we're doing that.
I know what you're saying, but she's just giving her ideas.
I was going to say that I'm not sharing, this is just my idea. You know what? When the superintendent was first hired, one of the first things was to rebuild the trust with the staff and the community. And so he came up with different themes every year. And so anyways, we had the building bridges, we are all teachers, we raise you up, communicating all these different themes. And while, that's fine and dandy, great, the problem was that there was no substance behind it, sort of like having morale here, but not having a plan. And while I completely agree with you, and the board, I believe, did also, in giving that charge to the superintendent to come up with the morale plan and stuff, the problem arose when, for whatever reason, it didn't work. And whether it was the fact that, we delegated that to the superintendent, and we didn't take, a role in it or whatever. I don't know why it didn't work, but it didn't work. So now we're in a position where our superintendent is, he's given his notice, so we're looking for a new superintendent, but this superintendent is still going to be here for a year. What do? Do we just let it be? No, I think we need to listen to staff. I think we need to establish a date and do it. While the kickoffs are great and all that, and I understand, the hoorah, really, with the morale the way it is right now, I don't understand why, what really the point is with that. I think it would be much more productive if we talk to our staff. So that's what I think we need to do. I think we need to actually set a date, set a time, and listen to it.
I agree with you.
Alex?
I do want to see that we take some kind of action ourselves over this next year, because over a year we could lose a lot of staff. That's a big opportunity that we're going to lose quality employees that are going to be out of the district. And if our current superintendent wants to step up to that role in this last year and do this, great, but I don't think it's going to happen, so we need to do something to prevent this. The new superintendent that will be coming on board, they can come up with their own plan, whatever, we can give them that opportunity when the time arises, but until then, a whole year is a long time, very long time to lose employees.
I'm new. I'm totally new.
Well, these are things that we discussed at other meetings, too.
My background is, I was involved in employment law. And I think, again, from a process procedure, working together, providing direction and guidance in the best way, the appropriate route to go in any organization that has a chain of command is to work through chain of command. So I guess what I would suggest is that as we, and I don't know if we're going to be discussing this later tonight, but we should be looking through chain of command. We as a board should not be, the board should not be the conduit with our staff. Our staff should be working through chain of command within the schools. If the superintendent has submitted his resignation and has determined, will be determining what role he may or may not play there, we have incredible staff in this district.
we have incredible managers. We have incredible principals. I've met many of them and I've worked with many of them. And we should be figuring out how we can work through them and in support of them to empower them to help the morale of their staff, because that's how morale grows, I believe, in any organization. And the best way to lose morale is if you have people able to come in doors that are not the door that is appropriate within the chain of command. And again, I don't know any of the conversations you've had in the past. I'm just suggesting even the idea of we as a board having a conversation about this is very uncomfortable because it sends mixed messages. And ultimately, our staff are going to be looking to their principals, they're going to be looking to administration to provide the input and the information so that we're not silos, so we're an overall organization. So again, I don't know what we're talking about later, but I would be very, very reluctant to start talking about a staff morale plan unless I know that our administrators, all of them, principals, et cetera, are all on board, because otherwise we could be cutting out their authority off. I mean, that's their job. We're just here to oversee the district, hire the superintendent, set the budget, develop overall policies in the guidance of the school board, in the school district.
If I remember correctly, the superintendent said that he wants to focus on student achievement, and that was pretty much all he wants to do in this last year. So that means not so much staff morale. There is a danger here, and yes, let the administration, let the superintendent, if he wants to pick up those reins again, go forward with this. But we as a board have a responsibility to also make sure that all these little divots, cracks are filled in. We also do need to put forward our ideas, our input, because some of those are going to be overlooked, and they are very simple items that could bring up morale dramatically. So we just need to make sure it happens. Let the administration do it, but we need to be involved.
Kim and Chris, I know you had your
No,
hands up.
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm
Kim?
ready to go.
Yeah, I just think it needs to be done. I can't remember what I was going to say. I think back to Meg then. Well, then what this board needs to do is get involved with the administration and the principals or the administration and start with them and then work how they want to work it. We need to get involved, just the things, but I see where you're coming from. So I don't know if do you have to make a motion or what do we do now?
Well, that's just it. If we don't do anything, we really need to make a decision. Are we going to do something or, go ahead.
Yes.
At our, was it last meeting, I believe, we directed the superintendent to, his first priority was to address the contract, which it sounds like it's a contributor to the poor morale. So, we've already kind of directed him. Okay.
I think you're mixing
Yeah.
what's open and what's closed.
It's just, it's really
you know what?
getting over
Okay.
the line.
Sorry, yeah.
It's okay.
Thank you for...
Sorry, it's a tough topic because part of this conversation took place in closed session. So, if it's okay with you, Lisa, without ignoring this, I think we just need to resolve what we talked about in closed, and we can at that point conclude, and we can even discuss it in open afterwards, what steps we're going to take. But so the conversations don't get mixed, maybe finishing the conversation in closed, and then we can come out here and clarify what can be said in public. Does that sound all right to you?
That's fine.
Sure.
When's our next closed session?
And not to push it off, just to come together
Well,
with
she said
that.
we're doing it tonight.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it's
We don't have
Not
closed
tonight.
session tonight, do we?
Yeah.
well, but the 21st is what it's scheduled for.
It's on here.
Yeah, not the, no,
But
we're
is this
talking about...
topic, I don't want to talk about, we can't
Yeah,
talk
but
about
we can come back to this topic because it's on the agenda, can't
Yep, you're
we?
right, it's one agenda.
Angel,
It is, but
one
we've got the
agenda.
evaluation, and part of this is in there.
Right, that's what I'm being careful about.
I know,
I don't want it put off, but there's a scheduled time to discuss the things that unfortunately keep getting intermingled into this conversation. So, is it okay if we deal with this on the 21st? And then, from that point, kind of decide a plan? Which is a week from today.
And I feel kind of how do I want to say this? I don't feel like I can even answer that question because people want to know. It's not me whether I'm okay with it or not. It's our staff. You know, it's like, okay, are you guys, I mean, the board isn't going to make a decision one way or another, so.
Lisa?
Yes.
Angel, can we at least agree as a board that for the sake of the staff, if the administration does not take care of this issue, that we will address it? I mean, is that reasonable? That if the administration is not going to take care of this, we are going to do something about it?
I think it would be more reasonable to say that we are already in the process of taking care of it, and it is a priority to us, so as long as the staff understands that we've heard what they've had to say, morale is a huge issue. We are addressing it, and unfortunately at the moment, a lot of those issues are being addressed in a closed session capacity, and so...
So then can I ask that this morale be on the agenda until it is resolved? I mean, it's sort of like the search. The only problem is, like Trish pointed out, having it there constantly and not doing anything about it is, you know, continual slap.
I would agree to that, but would tell you that the goal would be to have it resolved on the 21st.
Okay. So
resolved to a point where it doesn't have to continue being brought here, that there's a satisfactory answer in place. That would be my goal. Does that sound reasonable to people?
There's a plan in place.
Yes.
Plan in place. Or a plan to make a plan.
Correct.
There needs to be something.
Yes, okay.
By 21st.
Is that okay?
Yes.
All right.
Do I need to make a motion to that order, or is that good?
Agree on, I mean, I had it from a previous meeting that it's going to be on the agenda until it's resolved, so really I don't need to make another item on there saying that's what we, again, agreed.
Okay.
All right, so let's move on. Board organization, information and distribution of board packet material. Chris, you've waited so patiently.
Not a problem at all. Actually, the way I remember asking for it was two things. Board member or community members distributing information at meetings. There have been a number of times that board members come to the meeting, hand out information and say, this came to me from someone to hand to the board. Well, it's not coming from someone that we know. I'm not sure that the information is accurate or correct, and I don't want to make a decision or a comment or anything about it. If they want to bring it to the office, I want a process and procedure, because some of the things that are being brought are to support, you know, a certain issue or that, whatever. There's got to be a process or a procedure for getting information at the board. I don't know that we have one, but I really think we need one. I've had some things over the years that have been extremely inflammatory. We're not getting a whole picture. And if we don't know who it's from, because, and people want to be anonymous, I understand that. I mean, people don't want to do that. But I can't take that as a fact. I have just some information that somebody handed out, and I really don't think board members should be handing out information from people that we don't get to know who they are or what their objective is. We need a process and a procedure, so I'd like us to somehow look at that.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Let's send it to committee.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. That sounds great, and that's kind of what I was looking for.
Okay. So the potential of a policy or a standard?
Yeah, a standard
for
process.
how information is given to board members.
Right.
Particularly at meetings.
Right.
As far as the public giving stuff or board members?
Both.
Oh, yeah, we can just look at them both.
Just the distribution of
process.
information. And I think we all agree when you come in, there's a pile of stuff to look through. It's hard. You can't get it all, you can't take it all in. I mean, some things we have to have delivered that way, but otherwise it's kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, so process, even something like, hey, I've got something I want distributed to the board. It could go to the board secretary or somewhere and say, you know, this was delivered, whatever. Okay. Some kind of process, but have the board decide what kind of process do we want.
All right, so that will go to committee, and same, Board of approval for board member requested information from administration.
That was, yeah. Okay, that's number 2.
Yep. Are we done with number 1? I'm not
Done
trying
with
to
number
rush
1,
you
we're
along.
just, no,
Okay.
no, we're going to send it to committee somewhere. Item number 2, board approval for board member requested information from administration. So we have board members that are requesting information, and over the years it's been, if I don't get this information, I'll just, as a board member, I'll just come forward as a community member and do an open records request. So we have 9 people who are requesting information from the administration. The board has said we all want the same information. Well, to be really honest, we have no idea how much work it takes, and we're spending a lot of time, administration is, doing this, I need this information, I need this information. And the process is what? Does it help the board in decision-making, or does somebody just want something? And, you know, Amy, I don't know if people are calling you and requesting specific information. We have no understanding or control of what's going to the administration or to the board. What are we getting? What are we not getting? It needs a process.
I think Jeff and I talked about this for a while because Dan Mallon, when he came here and talked to us, the WASB guy, is that where he's from? Just talked to us about what I don't know if we come up with if it's a certain amount of information, if it's a certain amount of paperwork or a certain amount of hours invested, that the board needs to decide if that's where we want to direct staff hours spent.
Right.
And so I think what we need to do is agree on, like, what's the plateau? You know, I just need a copy of this report. That's a no-brainer. Anybody can get that. And what his standard was, I looked it up because Jeff and I talked about this, was if it is an existing document.
That's open records. That's
right.
Right. But if it's something that has to be created, so it's going to take time for people to put it together, that should come through the board. Like, the board should approve that that's what we want our staff spending their time on. So is that what you're asking?
Do you want to answer that first?
Well, somewhat. But if I call or I email and say, I want all of the information we have on one specific thing, and I want a year's worth of that information, is that for me? Is that for the board? Is that for addition? Or I just want what I want, and no matter what?
So are you concerned about the process, or are you concerned about the distribution of the information?
Kind of both. More the process, because if the board says we all want the same information, I have to tell you, there's some information I don't really want or need in my decision making, but if the board says, yeah, everybody has to have all the same information, then that means somebody, either Amy or somebody, has to put together 9 copies of all this information, and we may look at it and go, well, I don't want that, I don't need that, but everybody has to have it. So we just need to be clear on what exactly do we want them spending their time on for the board.
Okay, Kim, you have a question?
I mean, and in a way I understand, this packet here told me nothing. And I apologize, I think Thomas left, told me nothing. And I apologize, I read it twice. This piece of paper that I asked for gave me everything I wanted. If I went to ask for it.
Right.
So how do you determine what's good for you, what's good for me, or what's good for them guys, the 2 lawyers over there, the 2 accountants over there, you know, and we got, and take this as a joke, we got the bus driver and the, you know, and the housewife over here, well, not the housewife anymore, but, you know, we all think differently. So for you to judge what I need or what you need to be prepared.
I'm not judging.
You kind of are. And we're not, I don't think we're asking the administration, and if it is a problem, they need to tell us. I mean, the same thing, we get our packet on Friday afternoon. We have to be prepared by Sunday night. Otherwise, we come here and we look like idiots. I'm not prepared to look like an idiot. This is my community. So I know you think I look like an idiot.
No, I don't think you look. No, I'm giving you the look of you. I don't think you're understanding what I say. What did Jeff and Lisa and Trish request this week?
I don't know.
Right. So how would the board know all of the things that are being requested, and are we all getting the information?
I don't think they requested anything, but you're making a point.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, we can attach that. I mean, we thought we did in the beginning, when I was first on the board, we attached it to everybody. Well, that's a walking quorum, because then you get too much information, but anyways, so.
It just seems like a lot of, sometimes you get all this information and you're like, I didn't request, somebody requested and everybody's got to have it. I just don't think we have any control of what everyone's doing, and if it's related to the work, I'm great. So if,
I think it should be available to everyone, but if you want to decline it, just say you don't want it.
well, how do you know? Because people
Just
are
ask.
No, it's on their desk.
We don't know what's being requested.
It's
Okay, I just,
There may be two issues. One of the issues is, are the requests coming forward from the board, are we as a board aware of the amount of time our administration is spending on our requests? And if we were aware, would that allow us to consider changing how we're operating? I mean, I guess that's the first question. So the question is, if administration is spending an inordinate amount of time on board, you know, to the detriment of other things, that would be a helpful piece of information for the board to have, to be able to then fashion sort of a policy of how we're going to do that. The second issue is a board member calls and requests and gets information. And I guess I would agree with you that each board member, as they're looking through their packet or as they're thinking about an issue, is going to come up with you know what, it would be really helpful to me if I had this information. Right. And I think that that's very appropriate. It's just if it gets to the point that we as a collective board feel that it's unduly burdensome on administration, that then I think, yeah, we have to, I mean, and if it's a problem, then that's something that should go to committee and should be looked at, and a recommendation should come forward to us.
right. And maybe we need to ask, maybe that's a question to ask. I just don't know how you would do it. If I requested a year's worth of something, how would anybody here know, you know, that, well, everybody doesn't need it, and does the board really want all that time spent doing that? No, they're not creating something, but just a discussion of, you know, and maybe that's put on to the administration and say, look, we need to know, are there a tremendous amount of requests coming in? Are there things that the board's all getting, not getting, whatever, something like that. So I didn't want to make a big issue out of it. I just wanted to ask. Jeff?
I guess two comments. Number one, creating a policy scares me because it's another policy, first of all, and a policy has to fit all situations, and it won't.
It won't.
And you're limiting the amount of information that a board member needs to make their decision. But number two is we sometimes bog ourselves down with too many policies on, we need a policy for distributing information. We need a policy of where everybody should sit. We need a policy on, I mean, where do you say, enough's enough, we just need to do the business of the board? That's my first concern. The second one is, and I would say, just from my role as the vice president, I haven't seen a lot of requests come through, and correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
It's been pretty quiet.
Right.
I mean, you get your spurts of activity, and depending on what the topic is. So, I mean, just my personal opinion, at this point in time, I don't see a problem.
Okay.
Because
Well,
there's not a lot coming through.
Jeff, number one, I did say process, not necessarily policy, and I totally agree with you on that. Just remember, this didn't just get on the agenda. It was, it's been on and on and on. So over time, when you see something, you're like, you know, we should address it in some way. A process would be great. Even the process of saying, we need to know, or letting the administration know, look, if you're putting all kinds of things together for all, you know, for board members that are, if it's a lot, let us know. Just let us know, that's all. So that was that one.
Okay. I think this could be being made into something more than it really needs to be. I know I put Skyward down as a possible workshop just for that, for people to understand what it takes to create a report, what it takes to get the information. And that way you would know how much time that you are requesting. To say you do or don't need that information to make the decision, no one person can make that decision for somebody else. So you can't do a judgment call like that. And like Alex said, if you don't want to read it, don't. Just deny it. So I think too, making a policy, even a procedure, I think is overboard. I think it's just too much. I think, a board member should be able to ask for things. We're looking at making our secretary full-time. I would love for our secretary to be able to create the reports for us and get us the information, because I would assume if we go that route, we're going to teach them how to use Skyward, how to create reports. They'll have audit access to get any information they need, the same access we give our auditors. So I really think we're...
Okay,
Yeah.
so just a follow-up question to you then. Do you think that all 9 board members should go to Amy to get whatever they need and whatever they want?
We do know. Isn't our
I was going to
protocol?
say, that's...
So that's what we normally do?
Well, we go to...
The 3 of them.
To Angel, Jeff, and Amy?
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
Attila and the director, isn't it? Or Attila?
No, I don't do the director. I do
His
Attila.
secretary. Sarah, just because Sarah does a lot of what Attila
Okay.
does.
All right. That was our protocol always when we asked for something, correct?
Yeah, it just wasn't, and now, if the information is going through you, I would assume that you could disperse that to all board members, and that then they can decline it. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
Right. I would think that if I'm going to create this report and put the time into it, it would be beneficial to distribute it and then have you decide if you need it or not, rather
Exactly.
than me send it to just Lisa and then next week Jeff comes and says, I need this. Well, let me
Exactly.
redo it and get it going again.
Yes,
I would
we're
just think that
adults.
would
We can
be,
decide.
everybody gets it at once, don't respond to it.
So if a board member requests something from you, right?
Mhm.
You're going to send it to everyone, is that what you're saying?
As a response, like as the information that I receive back, I can send it to everyone.
So if I request a year's worth of invoices or something for whatever, you're going to send that to all the board members and they can decide if they want it or not? Okay.
Sure, because I want to
Okay.
see what you're up to.
Right. Check on me. No,
If you're gonna do the work for one person, why not do the work for 9?
Okay, then that's the process you're using. Okay. I just want to make sure that information like that is going to everyone. You're going to send it to everyone. So we'll all know what everybody else is requesting.
Going forward, you might not get the original email I receive, but you may get a response that says, I've received a request for this information from a board member, here it is.
Yeah,
And
you don't
then
need to know who
You don't need
requested
to, if you want to know, or if the person is comfortable with that, then that's fine.
Okay.
But
No.
otherwise, you can just expect random emails from me.
Okay, looking
Can't
forward
wait.
to
Or
it.
drop off of packets.
Something to look forward to.
Totally knowledge.
Random
Yeah,
emails.
Amy's listening.
More random if
Okay, Chris, does that resolve that
That
for
is
you?
fine, yes.
Okay, then we are now on to 11B, superintendent search.
Can we, I'm sorry.
And I do have something I want to address. If someone else wants to go first, they can.
Yep, well, let me just hand this stuff out first.
I've got an update due on Omrel.
Oh, thanks. Let me keep one. That's right. That is most of the information that was requested from everybody. So this is the stuff that came from the search firm last time. So what it is that should be included in what you're getting, I'm sorry, it's not labeled brilliantly,
Will it
is,
be in the packet for the public to see?
we can, I just assumed you wanted to look at it, that's why I gave it to you right now.
Well, if we get it, I would prefer it's online also for the
Sure.
public.
This is questions for candidates. No, sorry, that's Angel's personal notes to herself. So in my notes, I have questions for candidates. You're welcome. Sorry, where's my notes from Sarah? Okay. In there should be the 2010 job description, definitions from the statutes within the school law, the state statute 11824, posting announcements, application form, documents from Exec Connect, which is the group we used last time, including references and a contract, their search calendar, and the questions that were used, and also a new superintendent profile. So those are just, this is kind of the answer to the, what did we do last time? This is supplied in here. I also have, but don't have it separated out, so we'll do that brilliantly, Amy and I. Where's the copies you made me?
They're already distributed.
Oh,
There it is.
then you already have them. And what that is that is the information I have received from search committees so far. So one of them says, "Dear Mr. Presley," and members of the...
That's what's on at our desk?
Yep, and one's to Terry. As soon as people got wind of a superintendent search, so this is what I've received to date from search firms. I don't know if you're interested or not, but I just copied what I had so you can see it.
Again, I think this, if we're getting this at a board meeting as part of the packet, it should go online. Thank you.
So we're already getting contacted from search firms, not from personal people?
Correct, from search firms.
They want our money.
Oh, big time.
Sure they do.
Well, at least we got some competition, and no one wanted to help us.
So that's kind of all I was going to hand out to you in regards to the superintendent search today. And then obviously we have to start being more aggressive about this very soon, but I wanted you to see what's come in, where we are, what kind of questions we dealt with last time. Does anyone, sorry, go ahead.
Correct the memo?
Do you want to correct the memo?
Do you want to?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. In the memo, what it says is that the superintendent resigned effective June 30th, 2014. It's 2015, so my apologies on that one.
So we're just going to take this information and bring it back to the next meeting?
It's really just for you to rifle through and see what you think, which pieces are relevant, which pieces aren't, what you want to try again. It was kind of like just showing you what I've seen. Okay, does anyone have any questions about that or the superintendent search in general?
Now, this is the only thing we got, right?
In this packet.
Oh, that packet.
Oh, that, okay.
That's the
Those.
stuff with Mr. Presley and Mr.
Oh,
Rothman.
with all the
and-
names, yeah, okay. Well, good.
Dear people,
I'm good.
I love you. Yep.
I'll
Anyone
keep her
else?
in line here.
Yep.
Appreciate.
She wanted to say something.
All right,
I do.
Yep, okay.
Okay, what I'm going to ask from the board
Wait,
is,
just one, do
Yes.
you know if there was an RFP that was put out? Did we use this
Not
search?
yet.
No, I mean.
Oh,
previous.
last time?
Last time, did we use, was an RFP put out?
No, we had individual board members assigned to different search firms to call, and we had specific questions that we all asked those firms, and then we came back, and then we discussed it as a group, and based off the answers off of the questions, then we chose a firm, and then we proceeded from there. So it wasn't based off of an RFP.
Did you interview any firm that wanted to be interviewed, or did you narrow it down to a certain?
we had one or two.
I was going to say, we had some that came and spoke.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it was 2 or 3.
There's like two
Yeah.
or three that
Two
came.
or three.
I think it was 3 and then one backed out.
So I guess my question is, was there a request for proposal put out originally that brought in a large number of them that then allowed you to winnow it down to 1 or 2?
No,
Not like this.
that's not how it was handled. And I'm not saying that the way it was
right,
handled
okay.
was appropriate.
Okay.
It just,
No, I
we
just,
haven't decided here yet.
okay.
Chris?
So what I would like to ask is, I'd like to ask for 3 minutes, uninterrupted, to bring something forward that came to me from some community members. This is not from me. This has not been discussed with the superintendent in any meeting, special meeting, conversation, or anything else. And I said I would bring this forward to the board because a number of people have stopped me and asked me, what can we do, and is there anything that we can do to keep the current superintendent?
Can I ask just one question?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe I'm wrong, but you didn't like the anonymous information. You just said how we shouldn't validate
It's
it.
no, it's a number of people. They're
But
not
they're all
giving out
anonymous.
information.
Yeah.
Sure, like the information
I mean, it's no different.
I'm just repeating what I took from these people
How does that make sense?
regarding,
Okay.
Just let her read it, that she's just kind of, yeah.
you know, if you don't, all you
I'm
have
sorry,
to do
I'm
is
sorry,
answer.
go
No,
ahead.
I understand.
I'm-
They're not coming in and handing me information and saying this is true. I'm just repeating. You have a number of times, other board members, and this is not my 3 minutes, have said, a community member called me. I'm getting all these calls from community members. You never tell who it is. And a lot of times we don't do that. We keep it anonymous, okay? These people said to me in different places, we don't want to lose what we think is a good superintendent. So I went through some of the things that they said. They said, what are we going to get in attributes and qualities in a superintendent that we haven't asked for, and they know, a couple of them know that I've interviewed 4 superintendents. And if you look at some of the things that we put down, a visionary, someone who takes chances by thinking out of the box. A number of the things, I actually printed out the top sheet here that you gave us, Angel. The things that we know is the connection he's made in the community. We understand there's real concern with staff, but they know that the most important thing, and it's been on all these criterias, are student achievement and making sure that students are at the forefront of decisions, and we believe that has been the case. We understand that Act 10 has caused a lot of ill feelings, but having a belief system that not only believes children should be first, but that they can all achieve at a high level is extremely important. We believe that the district financially has been stable. Board, every person we've hired, we've asked that. We want to make sure that we have a stable board. The comments I get are, we haven't come to referendum, and we can tell you now, with the situation that's going on, if you ask us, and I've had so many people say to me, don't come to us with the referendum, because we're not passing it, and we may need that. When you look at the Consolidated Task Force, the things that we want to do. The other thing is, over the years, we've asked for a review of our district. So what are you looking at? And if you look, Meg, you'll look at that Consolidated Task Force. It's on the website, our website. You'll see the different things, grade realignment, all of those things. And all of them have community members involved, have staff members involved, that systemic view. Because what we've always asked is, we want you to come in with a vision, not only for this year or next year, but a vision of our district, that the community and the board and the things that we're doing, and we believe he's brought that there. So they were talking to me about, here are some things we want to do, and I said, this is a board decision. So they're looking at options. They're looking at, who are we going to look at? Are we going to do interims? Are we going to do all that? So I said, here's what I will do. And I'm not saying they're not going to do something. Okay, but I said, I feel, because I've heard this from so many people who, by the way, 4 former board members who worked with the superintendent, 4, said at various times, he is one of the brightest people I've ever seen as a superintendent here, and the best superintendent we've had. So I don't think it's all bad news kind of things, but my question was going to be this. Oh, and one other thing. The amount of time and dollars that we're going to invest to get some of all of the qualities that we have in a superintendent, is it worth it to the taxpayers if we have someone that we can work with or work around and try to figure out what's best for the students and the district, the whole district, the staff and everything else? Can we do that? So here's what I said I would ask, and that is, will the board agree to have a conversation, and we do have a superintendent's review, I think, in the closed session tonight, to have the conversation, is this a possibility? That's all I'm asking. Will you have a conversation to say, is there some way, now, he's already given his notice, and I understand that. Is there anything the board can do in considering having a conversation with the superintendent about the possibility, and that it has nothing to do with like talking to him or anything like that? Can the board have that as a possible conversation? Is there any way to do that? And I said I would ask that question. So I'm leaving it there. We do have a closed session, and if the board wants to have that, we can do it under, I asked if we could have it under that closed session because it's got the superintendent's whatever in there. So I'm just bringing it forward. I don't know if these people are going to come forward. The last I heard, they were doing something, so. And it's a number of different people from the community. So I said I would ask the question. I'm asking the question. And I would prefer that we just have that conversation. And they will know if it's, they will know if it's not a possibility. And that they may be waiting to do that. And if you want to know why a lot of people don't give their names, they have children in the district and they have businesses. And they're aware that this is a small community. Elmer Fournier told me that because of the way he voted, he lost business. Because people said, I'm not going to, you voted for this and that. I mean, it's just obvious. You know that kids are going to be, you know, in the schools, and they're afraid. Parents are afraid for their kids. They don't want to do that. So I'm asking the board if you can have that conversation.
Okay.
So,
Kim?
thank you.
Okay. Now, we allowed you 5.5 minutes, just
Well,
to
why
let
didn't
you
you
know.
time me? I said
was
3
timing you,
minutes.
but
I
just to
said
let you
3.
know. So, but I want to ask you, and I appreciate you bringing from your part of your community, and I really do, because I really wish that they would come forward. But how is that any different than me presenting a piece of paper from information that I received, or when I say the community, you did the same thing you just said you don't want on 11A1, and I appreciate that.
Right.
So you have to think about, again, so do I.
I will think about that.
You know, because regardless if it's paper or what you just said,
Right.
you are against it up here, and now you're doing it. Again,
Right.
I appreciate your community coming forward. I hope all community, and that's what I always push, you have a problem, come up here. They're scared for their jobs, as we see. When
Right.
staff comes forward, they get pushed away or they get pushed out. You know,
But they're coming to the board, Kim. They're not coming to their administrator. They're coming to the Board of Education like
But same
Matt
thing,
talked.
if I know parents that have gone certain routes, I know business owners that have gone certain routes, and they've been told.
I just said I would ask the
Again,
question.
I gave you your 5.5 minutes.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Amy, you didn't stop me at 3.
Okay.
I
So-
don't time board members.
Yep, but I'm just saying, I gave you your 5.5 minutes without interrupting,
Okay,
and if I could have the same back.
Thank you.
Okay? I know people in this area, their businesses have been told, they will be shut down if they don't agree. So again, that's my community, your community.
I'm sorry, I don't
So-
understand that. What do you mean if they don't?
They were told by our administration, if they don't shut their mouth, their business will go out of business. That's my community. Again, I told them to bring it to the board in a closed session. So again, I appreciate your information,
Yeah.
appreciate others. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Alex?
This is not for question or anything, but I just want to make a statement. Of those 4 board members you referred to, how many of them have changed their view on him? I'm not expecting an answer. I'm just stating that. Because I, for one, know that one has changed their view on him. And also, I find it very difficult, even though everyone does say a lot, including the superintendent, putting the children first. We need to stop looking at that mentality and equally put the children and the educators first. Because I entrust the educators to do what I cannot. If I don't have a good educator, I don't have a good
Right.
child.
I agree.
So we need to keep that in mind and stop with this one-sided view of just the children first, because without the educator, we have nothing.
Anyone? I know you're asking for the conversation, and I'm just going to give you the information I read while you were talking, because I have the letter of resignation.
I know what it says.
So this is my concern, yeah.
I know what it says, and I understand that.
Well,
And-
it just
and
says voluntary and irrevocable, and so,
Why waste our time?
well, I don't think there's anything that can be done, which may be the answer to the community members. It was his wording. If you want, I can ask an attorney, if that's what it means, if it's even a reason to have the conversation, or...
It is what it is. I mean,
Yeah,
voluntary
it is what it is.
irrevocable is his request.
It's his,
And we
the ball's in
accepted
his court.
that.
Yep,
Yeah.
and we've accepted.
So I think that's your answer. I, too, very much appreciate when people bring things forward from the community, but I think at this point, that's the answer, is that it's irrevocable.
I'm not sure that that's correct, but I'll take the word. Only because some of these people are in business, some of these people, and maybe you guys know, Meg, maybe you know, as legal, if it's ironclad, it's ironclad.
I was say, do you want a copy of it?
No, I have
No.
a copy of it.
Oh,
So we all got,
I have a
I
copy of
don't
it.
have a copy.
I thought it was emailed to us, but anyways. Okay.
Oh, maybe it was.
Okay.
As part of
So
something,
you
I
don't
think.
want, because for whatever reason, we're not going to have that discussion. I'm
Because of
taking-
this, I don't feel comfortable having the discussion,
Right.
but I will, if
I would
it's
like
the
you
will
to
of the
check
board, I'll
if you
find
would.
out what irrevocable means.
Not the
I
will of
don't
the
want a
board.
legal opinion.
No,
That's a waste of money.
waste of money is right.
So I'm getting, do we want to go to a vote, or do we want to do a consensus? Meg,
If they don't want to do it, they don't have to do it. I was asking, that's fine.
Okay. Yes,
About the
Alex.
superintendent search, this is an update from the Amiral School District,
Okay.
if I may. Email from June 26th to me. This is from Nick Curran. He is the, I believe, superintendent of business finance in Amiral, as well as one of 4 of the executive committee that they have operating their school instead of a lone superintendent. He writes, "We took time to review the meeting and really feel at this time it is best for us to decline meeting with your board. We are not looking to sell this concept we are using, rather to provide assistance for those that are interested in our concept based on our experience. I understand 2 or 3 members of your board are interested, but selling it to the other 5 is not something we would like to do at this time. You may want to reach out to Dale Feinauer, I believe that's how you say his name, and see if he would like to address this concept on August 11th. Again, I would highly recommend Dale. He has experience helping us with this process and working with private companies on the concept of the Office of CEO. He says also that we can still give him questions, submit them to him if we would like, and then sign Nick Cran. My personal view on this is I believe the board effectively discouraged those making a good faith effort, which in turn may have led our district away from possibly a superior method of leadership. But again, we will never know because we have pretty much shut the door on this opportunity ourselves by the conversation we had. We're willing to give them 10 minutes, it sounds like, and we don't have the time all the time is what I'm hearing, and now we're also considering other things. We seem to have time for everything except a new idea that actually someone from outside the community is willing to help us with, to introduce to us. So I'm very sad that this is turning out the way it is, because if anything, it would have helped us as board members be more effective in picking a good superintendent. Shoot ourselves in the foot as many times as we want, but we only have 2 feet apiece.
One recommendation to me would be, you are the liaison with Wisconsin Association of School Board?
The legislative.
Okay.
You can contact me.
Oh,
anytime.
it might be helpful for us to reach out to them and see if they have any sort of best practices in terms of superintendent hiring. Or if
We've
they
used
have-
them before.
Yeah, we've done that.
They have a superintendent
Okay.
search.
Thank you.
Yep. So based on that email, would this board be willing to entertain a meeting with Dale? I mean, we've worked with Dale in the past, or not?
That might be good for input. As far as I understand, the board is really in favor when Dale's come in the past and presented things.
I don't know who he is and what his expertise is.
He's from UW Oshkosh, and Jeff, what?
The mediator that
Yeah.
Ken spoke before?
Yeah.
Okay.
And his name's actually been given to me completely different routes for someone to help us set up the boundaries for a superintendent search. A couple people have said, well, there's a guy at UW
Right.
Oshkosh who would be a good idea. If we want to start with Dale, we are definitely in the position where we are paying him a consulting fee, so I'm being really clear about that. He has done a ton of freebies for us and tried to help us out. So it would be a $500 is what he said would be a fee to come and talk to us and maybe help us decide which direction to go in terms of a superintendent search. He could guide that. He'll do whatever we want him to do, but his name actually has been given to me in that context by people who didn't know that he had helped us before. I'm open to it. I can contact him and see if he's willing or interested, or we can just move forward. What is the wish of the board?
It sounds like it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone there. He can address both topics, both ideas, and just give us the input on it.
Is someone going to contact WASB about helping us? Or one of you guys thinking about doing that?
Yes, we just need to, I think, what I'm thinking about in terms of this original meeting with Dale would be, that's the sort of things we're going to brainstorm. Where do we want to go? How are we dividing this? Jeff and I are never going to get all this done, so we have to kind of it sounds like last time people were assigned contact these people, ask them these questions. We have to come up with a division of labor like that again. Dale could guide us in that initial process, or we can figure it out ourselves. It sounds like he also has worked with the UMRO people and could present some of that, so, yep.
If there's money in the board budget, I think it sounds like a great idea. I think it would be very helpful. I mean, it's the most important decision that this school board will be making in the next year. So to the extent that a facilitator can come in and help us get a plan together so that we're being efficient about it and everybody's on board of the steps we're taking, I think it would be money well spent if there's money in the board budget.
I would agree with Meg.
Yep, we have money. We just choose what to do with it.
Sounds like that's consensus to contact him.
Okay, I will contact him, and I will try to get him to come to one of the existing times, but sometimes he's a professor, so if he, well,
even if he came back from his trip, we don't know yet.
Exactly. He could still be in
Still on
Europe
the bus.
on the U-Rail.
Or on that bus with
Still
those
on that bus.
college.
Could you talk about those dates, Angel?
Yes.
July 28th is.
Well, we're going
meeting?
we got to go through those dates.
July 28th is really nothing. You can all have dinner with your families and enjoy your time.
Yeah.
July 21st, however, you need to be here. We switched that around because we have people who are going to be on vacation who can't be here, so that's just a misprint. So board meetings, all board meetings begin at 6:30 p.m. July 21st is the second regular July meeting. We are having it. August 4th, we have the committee meetings. August 11th, first regular August meeting. August 25th, second regular August meeting, which that would potentially be the workshop that we've talked about. Yes.
I cannot make it on August 4th, and I was wondering if we can move that to August 18th, which would be the third Monday of the month for my committee, which is the HR policy. And I did talk to Ms. Haley back there, if she's still back there. She said she could make that. That would be fine for her. I just need to find out from the board.
Okay, I would just poll your committee members, I guess. Who else is on your committee?
Jeff, Chris, and Alex. And we wouldn't do it till like 6, I mean, this would be earlier, but it would be like 6:30. You can make 6:30. That would be convenient for me too.
Are you the last one on the agenda? Okay, so it wouldn't shift the other two at all. You want to just send out an email, Kim, to your peeps and kind of handle that yourself? To poll?
Your peeps.
Oh.
Well,
Well,
I don't want to poll it. Can you say yes or no?
I can say yes.
Okay.
Or I could say no, but I'll say yes.
Okay, well, so for August, we're going to do August 18th.
So are all the committees then meeting on August 18th?
No.
No, just that one. At 6:30, let's put it, so,
All right.
okay.
Do I know when I'm meeting?
Yeah, you do.
When?
We were told last time, and we got a piece of paper. but I
You
didn't
are
have it.
meeting August 4th. You are the second committee, so you are 7:45. No. What did we start at, 6?
6:30, 7:30.
We started at 5 or 5:30.
5:30. 5:30.
5:30, so you're 6:15, 6:45.
6:45. I have the sheet somewhere. I gotta find it.
Yes.
I have a question
Yeah.
to see
I'm glad I don't.
if it works out, if we can always do the third meeting of the month for the HR. Continuous.
I don't know why not. You're the head, and if it works for your committee and you don't have community members.
So then it'd be, certain board members would have every Monday of the month.
Just like we did before, yeah.
Talk it over with your peeps.
Yeah, I would talk it over with your committee.
See how your peeps
Yeah,
feel about it.
yeah. Send an email to your peeps so I can look at all the dates.
Why don't we just shift all the committees to the other date?
Well, we can't because Trish can't make that one, and that's what I always suggested, but I'm not
Let's
going
just
to...
leave Trish's on that day and we move all the others.
And that would work with me.
I mean, and
Well, we agreed to that, but if you as the head of a committee want to try and adjust something, that's your committee's decision.
the only thing I'm thinking in September, I believe that's the holiday weekend also, so I'm not quite sure when we're going to move that, so, because if you look at September 8th, oh no, When is, oh no, the holiday that runs really early. That runs at the end of August then.
We need to get Meg a copy of these committee
So,
things. Meg,
yeah,
you're on the
We will.
curriculum.
We'll get Meg a copy of so
But
many
we'll just
things.
start it for August 18th
Right.
for right now then. Okay?
Let's just do the 18th
Thank you.
for now.
Okay.
I will try to touch base with you on tomorrow tomorrow, it's not midnight yet, or Thursday. I'll call.
Midnight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Midnight yet.
Yes.
And I have heard we're having our school kickoff. Can we put that in here? Do we know what date that is?
August,
Yeah, he sent us an email.
I mean, he wants us to be there. It'd be nice to know when it is. Plan a day off of work.
8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
Yep.
What was that, Amy, again?
August 26th, 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Bash Field House. I have it on my
Yeah, I have it on my
calendar to remind you all when it gets closer.
Okay, but if you can put it right on these, that would be just a nice, helpful thing, because I take this and yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to put it
I'm
in
wondering
this
if
one.
we have anyone who would consider being the head of a committee to come up with a musical number for the school board to do at that opening of school. Excellent.
My daughter will be in town
Yeah,
I
she
am
ran the
from-
Kennedy Acting Theater for 10
for
years.
10 years. So Steffi
my
will be home
gosh.
from the 11th to the 15th. We will all meet at my new place.
Fantastic.
Work till 9 that day, so I...
Oh,
I-
better, because we'll
Wants
have
a
an...
No,
solo.
I mean, on the 26th.
Okay, let's
Okay.
keep going.
Yep.
Really?
She asked.
That's the calendar. Board approved member requested tentative dates. Do you have, anybody have any questions on tentative dates or,
Yes.
yes, go ahead.
The instructional leader positions was going to be on the agenda again, and I'm not sure if Attila said that he was going to take that, but can it be in there as a placeholder?
Yes. Got it? Anyone else? Yep.
Well, I'm just going to go back a little bit. Can we put for the night, at least the next time, the July 30th meeting of the CTF?
We're at 12B.
I don't remember what time it is, though.
You want to put it on here? Is that what you mean?
Yes, let's
Okay.
please kind of keep all the
Have it on
meeting,
here?
yeah.
So have it on here for meeting dates, times, locations.
So we're now going to include even non-board meetings on here. Do you want the consolidated task force meeting under the 12A board meetings?
I don't know. Where are we going to draw the line on that, I guess?
Well, the thing is, if board members are attending it, I think it should be on here. You know, have your board meetings, your board committees, and if there's a committee, like a consolidated task force, that we have board representation.
But then we need to consider what we want to call that, because it says board meetings, and the consolidated task force isn't a board meeting.
Right.
So,
Okay, just leave it. Hopefully it'll be the last one, so, okay.
I know
Where
what
were
you're
we
saying.
at?
so let me just recap 12A. We got July 21st, August 4th, August 11th, 18th, 25th, 26th. For the kickoff, you want me to go over that again slower?
No, that's right.
Okay.
You got it all.
Yeah, we're good.
Sounds great. Now let's get to the secretary having full time.
We're not that far.
Okay, we're on 12B, right?
Correct.
Yep. Employee separation summary, so that's exit interviews. That summary will come October 6th, which is annual.
Well, that's where I saw it.
Actually, the superintendent performance evaluation process and instrument was something we could also finalize with Dale. I mean, if he's going to come, I might as well bend his ear off.
Is
Get
it
our-
$5 an hour or $5 a session? We'll have him here for a whole Saturday.
500, you mean?
Huh?
500.
Oh, if it's $5, I'll pay him out of my pocket. Kidding. Okay, so anyway, that's what that's on there for. It's for the next year's evaluation. It is not for the current evaluation that we are working at. It is to finish the new instrument. So that's somewhere on there. Requested workshops. This is just these are placeholders because these are things people have requested. Any additions, questions on that?
So we're on C now?
Yep.
Nope, we're still on.
Sorry, right now we're still on
B3A, B, C.
requested workshops
got
if
it.
people want them.
Bingo.
Yes, Jeff?
I would really like to start moving on the strategic plan, and the way it looks now, we probably wouldn't have an opportunity till September. But I think, in light of what's going on and bringing in a new superintendent, I think it's critical. And the conversation tonight, everybody was talking about engaging the community and engaging people in what we're doing. And this is the vehicle to do it because it is narrowly defined. We talk about strategy, so it's not, we're not talking about everybody's little individual problems. We have a focus, there's a procedure, a method, so that the discussion is controlled.
Because we're having a strange date on the next board meeting, a third Monday, is it at all possible? I know it's very short notice, it's a week. Come and give us a...
She's available on the first and third Mondays because her school board meetings are right over ours.
So next week is the third Monday and we have a meeting. Would you mind contacting her and seeing, I know it's...
I can.
I realize it's short, but at least it's already scheduled.
Yeah, I'll find out. I'll find out.
Because this is a presentation, right? It's not...
Yeah, and she'll go through the process that they used, and they were very successful with it in her school district.
For involving the community.
Yeah, she's down in Hales Corners area, actually.
Is that the one that we worked for the
She gave the presentation at the WASB.
Right.
At the WASB convention on Friday morning.
White House workshop with her. I don't know who was on the board then. Jeff, you were on there, weren't you? That, what's her name again?
Luann.
Luann. Were you there when we did that work? I know Renee was on the workshop. It's the Lighthouse. And I think we did it at the...
I think that was, yeah.
Like
That was
Boston
pretty
School?
much, yeah, that was wrapping up before, yeah.
Okay. Like Boston School Forest, we might have done it there or something. Okay.
All right, otherwise, first and third.
Okay.
Let's get on, just keep saying it to me.
Okay.
I mean, not even necessarily here, just remind me.
I do have a question for you.
Yep.
Would you tell me what is exactly on the agenda for the 21st?
I really can't. I mean, I don't have the slightest idea. I know it's in closed session, and I know...
No, I mean, do you know what we're doing?
No.
We're having, no. I mean, it's going to be for the amount of things that are on it, it's going to be a regular meeting,
Do
at
we have a
least
workshop?
initially.
Do we have an evaluation? Tell me what's on the 21st.
It is the evaluation.
Okay. And then whatever
closed
else we
session.
added to
Correct.
it. That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
That's what I have, but,
Yes, the 21st.
okay. And were you going to try to get Dale to come then?
No.
Okay.
No. Sorry, by evaluation for him, I meant evaluation instrument. For the
For
coming...
the coming year.
The
I
new
got it.
instrument, not this
Wait a minute,
evaluation.
wait a minute.
For
What
the-
about the evaluation?
Yeah, that's the 21st. No, he's not involved in the evaluation.
Okay, you're really not making sense.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Well, the evaluation that we have in our packet that we've
That we're
got.
waiting to
That's what the
discuss.
21st is,
That's what the 21st.
without Dale.
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay, so the other one is the Dale for the tool.
correct.
for the future
Correct.
tool.
Future tool.
Future
Correct.
tool.
Okay. Sorry, there's
got
a
it,
lot
Chris?
going on the 21st.
It's going to be a big day.
I know. That's
Eat a
why
good
I'm-
breakfast.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on workshops? All right, future agenda item suggestions. I do have a couple written down that came out tonight. The 3-year contract is on the next agenda. Yep.
Okay. And I brought this up at the last meeting, where we stand with negotiations for teachers and other groups, but teachers in particular. And I see that we got an email from the educational assistants asking for to start negotiations.
I didn't
When
get
did you
that.
get this email?
Are you sure it wasn't the custodians? Because they've been waiting too.
Okay. You know what? Let me look. But my real question is, okay, I'll find it in a minute here. My real question is, and I'm going to say this because I'm new, I'm not quite sure how to do this, but how do we need to get negotiations with the teachers union started?
They've been waiting for a call.
It's summer, and I'm not sure that they're all in on, no, I'm not sure who's in on their team.
Yeah, I've been told they've been waiting for a call
And I know custodians have been waiting for a call also.
from our district.
And my response has been, we're getting a negotiation team together because that's what I thought we had agreed to do.
Yep. And I had said too, well, it's the summer, how many people are around? They said they've been waiting for a call to set up times.
Yeah, this didn't go to everybody.
So
we need to set up two.
Yep. And I don't.
You got something?
I got something, it didn't go to everybody, and
Oh.
it's a bargain request for Stevens Point Education Assistance.
Who
And a
did it go
response.
to? No, just you?
Just you?
No, me, Florence, Mary Stretch, NJM, I don't know who that is, Steve Peroni, and Peter G. I don't know who these people are.
Me neither.
Okay. Anyway, I'm looking for something similar to this for the teachers, and when is that going to get started? So my request is, and I'm not sure if I'm doing this right, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and do it. Should that be on our agenda or what? And I don't know the right process, but I want to see it get started.
Should this be, isn't this a subject for closed session?
If we were talking about a strategy.
Yeah, well, it is.
No,
It is.
I just want to know.
We just need to put a team together.
It's a strategy for negotiations. So
No, but we have a discussion on the 21st, I believe, that we could,
my suggestion is that the discussion should be in closed session. Because it's a matter of setting strategy for,
We're not
Well,
to the
we're
point
not
of
doing
strategy
that.
yet.
We're deciding how to even get to that point.
I understand what your request is, and
Okay.
it's written down, and we will get it on the agenda, however it's appropriate, although I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure what that is at the moment.
Okay.
And can you include
Okay.
all the groups that
Sure.
have, okay, not just this teaching staff?
Okay,
Thank you.
I've said my piece.
Okay.
Yep. The teacher on call, if you could, I know we, started that as a, well, I'll explain it when
Okay.
I get to.
And what do you want with the teachers on call, I guess? Just
Don't I
like-
have to say that next
Oh,
time?
yeah, I'm sorry. Yep, you're absolutely correct.
So these are the other things I have that were asked to be on the next agenda. The 3-year contract, to get it approved via policy 672, and the $20,000 occurrence. Yes? That's what you asked for? Okay. I also just wrote down, for your edification, purchasing the camera from the city. We just didn't get a final answer on that, so I wrote it down. And now I have
I have no idea.
instructional
Want to say something?
I already talked to them.
and,
Well, he can't talk about it here.
well, that's why I was
That's
going to
right,
put it
it's
on the
not
agenda.
You got to put it on the agenda, sorry.
Gotta wait, Dan.
Sorry, cameraman.
I did mention it to Alice.
Okay, well, you have to.
Well, he can't say anything.
You can't mention it, so.
I'll put it on the next agenda.
And then you will be on camera.
Exactly.
Oh.
So instructional leader position, oh, that's placeholder. Negotiations teams, teachers on call. Yes? Yep, Kim?
I don't know if this was supposed to be put in the last row, because this has been asked for before, but because I don't have it there. The update on all the certifications on all the employees, was that, I've been asked for that for a couple times to come on.
Actually, I think you're the head of the best committee for that. I don't know if that needs to go to the whole board. in
Well,
terms
I'm
of-
already moving my administration contracts to that, too. So,
I'm not, what is that? The sort of-
I think we said
they
the
have it?
last time.
Like, you want to know if everyone's certifications
I
are
wanna
up to
know-
date?
yep.
Certification.
And I know he had said he could have that for me, I want to say, I thought he said days, but I have not received it, and I think it's been a month and a half or so, so.
Okay.
Something that should be easily to be printed off, that's what I was told.
Okay.
Same thing like with the contracts. I was told I could have the contracts of all the admin with or without the names, and I still haven't received those, so.
And I want a copy of that, too.
Yeah, granted, it will be.
I'll get it.
It will be something for, I am going to request that for our first HR meeting, so that will be put to that, but it needs to come to the full board once we get done with that.
if we've gone back to committee structure, shouldn't these items be going through the committee structure?
Yes, they will.
Typically, nothing should come to board
The
unless
list
they've
is
been through, so.
for
if there's-
my knowledge.
Okay, so if it's like the paid, the teacher,
The negotiations
no,
stuff.
the on-call matter.
Oh.
If it's a matter that should be being addressed, it should be going through human resources before it comes up to board. I mean,
It's actually a business service thing.
Well, but what I'm saying is, I think what board members are requesting to be looked at, we should be housing in a committee and allowing that committee to form the recommendation to the board. That's what
I think you're right, we're just not back in that mode yet.
Okay.
That's what I was just going to say, because
So it might be a matter for you to take a look at those
absolutely.
and assign them
And assign
where
them
they
to
should
committee.
go.
Yep.
Yep.
That makes
Thanks,
perfect
that was
sense.
Yeah.
that's a very
But I
good
was going to say, let's
reminder.
keep
We're
this
just,
process until we get the committees up and running. I do have two other ones.
sure.
I heard that the briefs from the lawyers were back. Has anybody seen them?
The what from the lawyers?
From the prohibited practice,
The briefs.
the briefs? They've been back since July 2nd.
They're not even due yet. I mean, the final
The
ones.
two lawyers, but I think the board needs to kind of look at them to see what,
But they're not final.
No, they were submitted by the attorneys to the
I
judge.
think the judge has to
Correct.
release that information.
I genuinely don't know what the policy is on that, but I can find out.
if you can find out, that would be great. Well, yeah, and then I would like to be, I don't know if, I don't want to put this at board comments, but I think we need to discuss about board members' etiquette during community speakers. Body language, noises, laughter, and such.
Anything else anyone wants to? I'm just making a list. Okay. Future agenda and Splash Athletics is on there as well. This is
Yeah.
Lisa's opportunity to explain to us what that is, and then we will decide if we want it on a future agenda item.
Right, and I don't know if it would go to
To a committee.
committee or
Right.
what. But a few years ago, we introduced a new plan of pay to play. And at that time, we had requested that the board get periodic updates of how everything was going. If we've had any issues with athletes not being able to participate, is there, if you pay, do you play? Are the fees too high? Are they too low? What input have we received from the athletes and from parents with this program? Are the intramural sports being impacted? Has there been an impact on our feeder programs? Are safety measures adequate? Is our public or parents having a perceived notion that our safety measures should be higher because they're paying for it? Are they assuming then that our concussion equipment is at a certain level? Not to say that it's not or whatever, but, and our mats, our gymnastic apparatuses, floors, stuff like that. So I wanted it on here to get an update and to answer those questions.
Okay. It sounds like a toss-up between educational and business services because it has to do with our students and what they're getting, but the fees was the first piece of it. So which committee, what do you think? Is this head?
Is this more
Or you could work on it
extracurricular activities?
How about both?
It's really not because, well, I guess it is.
It's what?
He was thinking, is it extracurricular?
I would assume it's an athletic director matter because it's probably within.
No,
that.
because it's also musicals, stuff like that, so it's not just athletics.
It's co-curricular activities.
Co-curricular.
I
Maybe
just
address
said
the
it that
business
way.
portion at business and then the other portion at curriculum?
Do you mind, Lisa, if typing that up and sending a copy to both Trish and Chris? And then maybe they can divide between them since they're the heads of those committees, what would be appropriate?
But weren't all your questions addressed to athletics, Lisa?
Yes, that's where and they just took it further, which is fine.
You meant co-curriculars.
Correct. Exactly.
You're going to put together a list and email it to each of us.
To you too.
Yeah.
Right.
You had this look on your face like you weren't.
And,
Anyway, just
Oh,
helping out.
okay.
and we're on the same night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
we can
we could do that. on
You
the
can
same
take
night.
some of your time
yeah. We can
and
like,
choose
We
to
can
work
collaborate.
together.
we could collaborate.
I've got a question on it. it's called pay to play, and that's also includes the theater and other things, or is it just that title is for athletics?
I don't know if that's a real title, is it?
Well, just to correct the term, it's paid to participate.
Yeah, that was.
It's not
it was-
pay to play because
Yeah.
you're not
That's-
guaranteed playing time. It's paid to participate.
Okay.
There's a difference.
Right.
So we're really, because it's an agenda item, we should only be addressing the athletic side of it, not the theatrical or other
Well,
stuff tonight.
They all have fees, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're at the committee level, they can do whatever they
Is
want.
this
They can
addressing the
extend
original
it.
reason that you're
Yes, yes, it'll be incorporated in there, yes.
Okay, we've now addressed all of our, oh, I'm sorry, Kim, go ahead.
Well, again, I apologize, I'm just going to go back, because we need to prepare for month of September for our meetings. I mean, unless you want to do it next week, because we got that holiday on the 1st, which is the first Monday of the month, and that would be all of our committees. So we're pushing everything back.
I actually thought when we said it, we had anticipated for that.
And there are
1
5
month
Mondays.
being
Yes.
off, and there's 5 Mondays, so we just
Okay.
started 1 Monday late.
Okay,
But I can,
you are correct.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I just wanted to make sure.
The problem is the dates.
So we're off, and then committees on the 8th.
Well, enough to make
Is
a
that all?
person feel insecure.
Is that what you wanted to ask about?
Yeah, that's why I just wanted to make sure that we're kind of,
Because my stuff, this is like a
And
school
Amy,
calendar, so
I'm
it
not
stops
sure
in
you're aware of
August,
this,
and
but
then
as far as
Well, your
committees
14 is
go,
here.
all the board members get all the committee
oh,
packets.
September, here.
September, okay, so.
I'm gonna have a meeting on that with
The Monday's off, and we have committees on the 8th.
Human Resources,
I'm gonna
Business
have- I have
Services, and
an
Educational Services on
and then
Wednesday to
board,
discuss
15
the
and
packet.
29.
So
Okay, so
Wednesday, yep.
So thank you for that, and sorry for going backwards again.
Okay, so we are continuing our meeting in closed session, and I will read that. 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C, to considering the employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. 19.85, Parent 1, Parent E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting of other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. The employment and compensation of the board secretary, the superintendent's evaluation, and 1985 1E, deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting of other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session, specifically the potential purchase of property. I need a motion to move into closed session, please.
So moved.
I'll second.
Lisa with the second.
Trish.
Sorry. Mr. Kokonowski.
In order to put doubt of integrity aside and hold those involved accountable, I would prefer to do this in open session, but know that it can be done in closed, yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Erler?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
I would prefer to do this in open session, but know that it can be done in closed session, no.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-2. We're in closed session
Okay,
at
take
10:39.
7 minutes.
I was just going to ask for 7 minutes.